Okay, guys, sorry for that false start. I know I'm having bad luck with that because I keep forgetting at least one or two critical things I have to do before streaming. But now it's fixed. Now I'm just going to do the send everything to my socials so people know that, yes, I am on stream. Yes, it is time for today's stream. Yes, I will be at this for a bit, because my evening plans I had to cancel due to bad weather outside. Though I might have to break for food, but other than that. And yeah, just grabbing the link now. Letting people know what I'm doing. Yay. Well, I could just do the Instagram post, and I think that just posts to all my other ones. But I will make sure of that before I make the assumption. You know what? Use that picture. Okay. Next. Share. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, no. That's up. Did Facebook get it or no? Yes, it did. Okay. Did Threads get it? Yes. Okay, we're good. Next up, Discord. I do have at least 2 communities I post on that I'm up under the non-affiliate column. Does she have one? I forget. I'll just double check. Nope, she doesn't. Okay, we're good there. Then we go to Meta. Meta. Photo. Just take a photo. There we go. Use it. Paste, post. And we're golden. Okay, that's everybody I need to post. Nice to see I have some views. Oh, no. I'm just trying to access. There we go. Hey, Padme, how's it going? We're just getting back to our Higarashi playthrough. Chapter 3. And to Chapter 2. Jeez, I wish this had dates on its side. Remember which one it is. I feel like this was last. No. Chapter 3. Then we went down here. Then we had the talk with Coach. And then Shion showed up. And then we probably stopped all right here then. Sorry, it takes me a minute to remember what was the furthest file. Alright! Club activities have begun, which means I need to clear my mind. What was today's battle? Today's punishment game? I take anything on!
Okay, Kiichi-san, you should prepare yourself. We're going all out today.
Great, bring it on! Sadako or not, I'll crush you all mercilessly.
Rena will profit from your battle and fish herself up a win. Then I'll get all the Mantaris first and ride them to victory. How Rika-chan is not like a manta ray. I want to take you home. Okay, everyone. Let's have a lot of people. We have a lot of people today, so let's play something easy and simple.
I'm okay with easy and simple.
Today's game is...
Gasp. What's the game, Neon? What terror are you about to unleash upon us? Everyone who lost the game dropped out and had to help clean up after the barbecue. Oh good, we don't have to do a 2-hour session of whatever the heck they were doing. Not that I don't enjoy those, it's just I'd like to get the ball actually moving. Shion laughed more uproariously than anyone I'd ever heard when she saw my loser face. To be fair, that isn't her only laugh, as I portrayed in the last arc. Okay, was my getting bombed out of the game really that funny?
Man, oh man, Kate's face. He was like, how can I still call yourself human?
Damn it. I had it all worked out when I bought up the scissors. If only Sadako and Rika-chan hadn't betrayed me. You seriously weren't expecting... Okay, Keiichi, you're screwed. It was going great while we had maintained a united front. But Sadako had been quicker to betray me than her. She was just a tiny bit better than me. Ugh. I warned you about trusting Sadako. Tomita-kun and Nakamura-kun were unanimously wearing I told you so faces. Did they get portraits? Of course not. Incidentally, those two were victims of Sadako's trap pretty early on as well. Damn! I was trying to do well enough to make up for you two. And once again, for the showdown, it didn't matter. Maybe this meant I still couldn't match up to the other members yet.
You're going to have the lowest ranked member of the club play a punishment game, weren't you?
Shion remarked as though forcing me to recall something I tried to forget. Tried to forget. Even for a moment. Is that right?
Come to think of it, Mabara-san, when you came up with the punishment game with the president, you looked really heated up. What on earth did you decide?
Again, this is why I love Shion, because she's just... I enjoy her sadistic side so much when it's just tempered to being silly. It's when she goes outright murderous that it becomes kind of bad. I realized I was reading the sweater instead. But I'm not going out anywhere, so I might as well take it off. Does that have anything to do with it? You told me to get the biggest size I could find. Tomita-kun and Nakamura-kun were giving me these complex, indescribable looks mixing empathy, pity, and the desire to see something scary all at once. Isn't that like half the reason we're doing this? All she could do now was laugh at us. Strangely enough, the more she laughed, the more I felt like it was actually funny. To be fair, Kay, it is funny. I lost. Oh my. Mabara-san, what's the matter? You're smiling, crying, and howling.
It's okay, he's just pretending not to like it. He can't hide his excitement at the opportunity to gain valuable experience using the punishment game as an excuse. Right?
What do you mean, valuable experience? I'm not sure how you'd pronounce the E since it's silent, but oh well. Maybe it's some Japanese language thing. I'm sure Thor would be able to tell me. I held my hand in my hands in agony. My state of mind could be summed up with a 3-letter word. So not the word I'm thinking of. Okay. It was sob. Well, I guess sob would fit. Coach gently put his hand on my shoulders. His hands on my shoulders. Again! What the fuck? Was he comforting me? Mabara-san? In times where you must accept hardship, you should imagine what you imagine that you're a domestic maid. Oh, that piece of advice! I'd almost completely forgotten about that.
See? Don't sadistic things seem kind of funny now?
Coach, if I could reach into the screen, you and I would have words with a look somewhere between I want to strangle you and laugh at you at the same time.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Red in the face, indulging his imagination, still holding my shoulders, Coach said,
Oh, master!
and started twirling around like a ballerina. Personally, I would find that quite disturbing and silly at the same time. I had wondered what kind of word associations he had going on in his head. Don't wonder, Keiichi, that is the route to the Garden of Madness, and I don't suggest that for you, because madness in this setting is literal death. At the very least, it was much different than what was in mine. Yeah, no, he's an adult. I'm an adult. You are a teenager. I figured there'd be different things. First thing that comes to mind when I think of domestication certainly isn't maids. My first thought is dogs and cats personally, but that's just me. Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, your coach is pretty funny. I'm surprised he can even be a coach. Yeah, no. If a guy had this mentality in Canada or the US, in this day and age, they'd be labeled a pedophile, like 2 seconds later. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun exchanged glances and answered with dry smiles. Then they added he was a really nice person most of the time, which is something you'd normally say about a person like that. The coach's questionable revolution slowed to a stop. I would have just put twirls if I were the translator, but what do I know? And his expression returned to a clear, calm one, almost making what just happened seem like an illusion. It was all an optical illusion, folks! He can switch gears way too fast. So can I! Then let us start cleaning up. Mabara-san, you seem quite strong. Could you bring the plates over to wash the basins and clean them? Right on it. I hoisted the dirty barbecue plates, each with slimy oil thing to it, and looked for the wash basin. Yes, the terror here is the terror of cleaning up after people pigged out at a barbecue. I don't envy Keiichi here, at all. Arrgh, these are so heavy! Yes, paper is surprisingly heavy when put in large quantities. Who knew? Wash basins! Over there! figuring I should make it there before my arms gave out, I headed towards it at a trot. A lot of adults who had been helping out were using the wash basins, so I gave up and looked for a different set. Well, at least you're not the only one cleaning after that mess. I asked them, and they told me there were more right by the assembly hall too, so I decided to head that way. Rather than multiple basins, there was just one faucet there. I initially thought it was too small to wash plates as big as these. Oh, so they're not paper plates. Okay. It would probably still be faster than waiting for a faucet to open up back there. I turned the faucet and the water much nicer looking than it gushed forth. I put a plate under the faucet and scrubbed it with my hand, trying to rub it clean. It didn't go very well.
Here you go. A sponge and dish soap. You can't wash them with just water.
It was Shion. She threw a brand new sponge and container filled with cleaner to me. Oh, thank you.
You should have put them in the basins and then left them to the grown-ups. You're always doing the right thing.
To be fair, that's how you build character, Shion. That is how you build character.
I got the feeling this wasn't quite a compliment.
No, but to some people it would be. I answered her with a forced smile. I was surprised to learn you're the manager for the Hinamizawa Fighters. I thought you didn't do stuff like that because it was too much of a bother.
Yes, it's quite a bother. That's why I've stopped showing up entirely.
Didn't Coach say he wanted you to come back?
You should pay a visit once in a while. If I feel like it, I guess.
You're never gonna feel like it. It's actual work. Shion made it sound like the end of the world could happen before she felt like it. My point exactly!
Whoops.
I couldn't keep washing the dishes while I was preoccupied with conversation, so I decided to take my task seriously. Shion neither offered to help nor got in my way. She just quietly watched the water flowing from the faucet. Oh good, a supervisor!
Oh right, I heard something. You were the star player in yesterday's game, weren't you?
Sadako hit the home run, so I think she was the real star. I didn't know she had those kinds of reflexes. It surprised me.
She's totally different from Satoshi-kun. There's not much doubt about that. All the athletic ability of the family went to her.
Shion smiled as she spoke, her eyes looking something far away, betraying her reminiscence. Yeah.
Satoshi-kun? Sadako Hojo's older brother. You know Satoshi Hojo-kun? Oh, right. You just moved here this year, didn't you, Keiko-chan? You never met him.
I was a little surprised Shion knew about Satoshi. I'm not. I know the reason why she knows him. We'll see if the visual novel explains it for you guys, because I'm certainly not going to because it's a spoiler. Never met him, but I know a little. After their parents passed away, he transferred to a different school, right? I avoid saying that he ran away from home and used the slightly more vague words that everyone else did.
Transferred? Who said anything like that?
I hadn't yet realized that Shion's tone had changed slightly. Well, I mean, who was it then? Yeah, I heard it from someone. That he transferred.
Who did you hear that from,
From Kei-chan? I don't remember personally myself.
Who? You said that because you asked someone, right? Who did I ask? I don't really remember.
Oh good, so Keiichi and I are on the same page on this one.
Even so, he transferred, so that's it, right?
No, Keiichi, no. Because I know the truth.
Not like there's a problem with it.
Yeah.
There is one. Does that mean there's a record of his transfer to another school? And that someone saw it? Or heard about it? Around that time, I not only noticed how awfully caught up in the Shion was, but also how startlingly dangerous her eyes began to look. Gee! Ya think? Yep, this is the start of the darker side of the story. Shion? What's up? You look really serious. With that, Shion seemed to realize the expression she was making. She took a deep breath, pretended to fix her hair, and went back to her composed expression from before. I'm sorry, but Kei-chan, you don't know much about Satoshi-kun, so please don't say that he transferred or anything like that. I'm serious. Please. I realized I must have said something I shouldn't have. Yeah, not that you would have had any way of figuring that out until this moment, so... Yeah, I admit even I would have made that mistake in his shoes. But I wasn't really sure of what I should apologize for, so I said, one safe word for now, sorry. Yeah, that would help. I just sort of heard he transferred and believed it. Was it actually something else? It was, of course. Preceded by his parents, he left his sister and run away. But I want to try to avoid using the word run away, so I pretend not to. Upon seeing my flustered reply, she had realized she was intimidating me and lowered her voice. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you or anything, Kei-chan. I was being a little harsh. I apologize. I didn't really mind. That was a fib. I was actually a little scared even. Was there something wrong with saying he ran away? Was there some sort of misunderstanding in saying that he transferred? But before I could ask her, she turned on her heel and to leave. Hey, Shion. Right, good luck with those. Looks like your plate's almost last. That's the last one you need to wash. Her final remark reminded me of the dishes I had so easily forgotten about. So immersed in the conversation were we that it got pretty late. I turned the faucet again and got the water flowing faster. Whoosh. I violently scrubbed the plate. When I turned back around, Shion was no longer there. Yeah. By the time I finished washing the plates, most of the other things had been cleaned up. The air had cooled off before I realized it, and as the heat that had stuck with us all day dispersed, a nice breeze started to blow. And it blew big time. Okay, everyone, can I have your attention? Coach got everyone together to make his closing remarks. And with that, another fun day drew to its close. In the end, Neon ended the game with a magnificent victory. Sadako and Riki-chan, who had labored so hard to betray me, had fallen into a huge trap afterwards, leaving them frustrated with much more than a few things. People who betray others will one day be betrayed themselves. Never been more true, huh? You're not the only one to hear that from Keiichi-san. Rena didn't fall for anyone's tricks. That's how I got second. Rena didn't buy into the lies very easily. She has a sharp wit. I'm surprised. She seems like she'd fall for the first light that came her way. Funny how you should say that, Kei-chan. You decided to prey upon others right away because you became the prey instead. Make sure you don't fall for those dumb schemes that promise higher returns the more friends you rope in, okay? Yeah, I'll try harder. Sob. Even good friends will lay traps mercilessly and betray one another in sight once they get into a serious enough game. But despite that, once it's all over, they can feel refreshed and laugh together. It reminded me of how we were all such great friends. Anyway, I'm looking forward to Keiichi-san's punishment game. However, can you really implement such a thing? I would think the store manager would have a thing or two to say about it, no? I wonder, maybe Keiichi-kun will really Be really cute. Cute. I kind of want to see how. I'm on the edge of my seat. I will trip him up and make him wipe the floor.
Oh no. Oh no. Tell me you didn't, Mion. Oh no. Oh, that would be great. Ah! Why couldn't I win now from all times? If I ever think I'll definitely win today, and then I'll make someone else play the punishment game, I lose. Is it not enough? Do I not believe hard enough in victory?
The wailing of the loser tastes sweet like sweet honey. How sad, Pat Pat. This is how you get stronger, Kichi-kun. It's like I'm looking at Mii-chan from last year.
Mii-chan last year? Oh yeah, he doesn't know this plot point yet at this timeline. What? Did he always lose and moan about it in the past? How very interesting. I didn't know our undefeated President Mion was once like that. No need to talk about that! Mion hastily covered Rena's mouth. Everyone watched, bursting into laughter. Finally, Rika-chan pulled on Sadako's sleeve.
Okay, we should be going soon. Oh yes, we must go shopping for dinner, mustn't we? I want to keep talking like this forever, but it's getting late.
We split up with Sadako and Rika-chan decided to get on their way home.
Alright, bye. See you tomorrow at school.
Everyone waved to each other and split up for the short time between now and tomorrow.
Okay, let's go.
We began walking down the tall staircase leading to the shrine grounds. As the sun started to set, the afternoon's heat began to disappear as though it were never there. Just listening to the chorus of Higarashi was enough to make me forget how hot it had been today. Oh god, that snow looks awful. Oh boy.
Come to think of it, it's still June, huh? We wouldn't have any rainy season at all this year, you know. Like, all of a sudden it's summer, you know?
Now that I think about it, she was right. It was June, the season-long rain of hydrangeas and snails. I haven't seen any real rainy season since transferring here.
According to the weather forecast, it's supposed to get more rainy during the first part of the week.
They're just warning people about heavy showers. I hope it doesn't run into watching Higarashi.
That's right, the rainy season's supposed to be rainy.
Rena likes all the rain in the rainy season. What? So much the rain just makes me depressed.
Hey, Kei-chan.
I was a little spaced out, so I was late in answering Mion. I was thinking about my conversation with her sister. When I said that Sadashi transferred, she unclearly got angry. But she was mad at me for saying something so carelessly. I mean, it may have been a vague way of skirting around the fact that he ran away from home, but I don't think it was so bad that Shion would need to feel mad about it. I wasn't really satisfied with it, so I felt like a child completely ignorant of what he was being scolded for. So my thoughts spilled out of my mouth in a very direct fashion. Sadako had an older brother, right, named Sadashi, I think? Oh. Why did Mion's face change into something more sour, and Rika still maintained the blushish smile face? What? As soon as I said Sadashi, Rena and Mion both lost their relaxed, comfortable mood, and I made a strange expression. Oh no, please. Oh no. Should I avoid talking about this? That's what made me think. Well, I already said it, so that's that. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. What happened to Sadashi again? Did he move away? That was such a transparent way of putting it, but in my desire to know everything, I feigned ignorance. Mion turned around and looked to Rena for assistance. Oh. Rena looked between us quietly and softly spoke. Wait, did we not tell you? You transferred out?
When I said those words to Shion, she got upset. So I answered her with the same words Shion had given me. Transferred, who told you something like that? Huh? I'd only intended to borrow Shion's words, but I said it exactly the same way she had, right down to the thorns in my voice. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Oh, this should be good. When I realized what I had done, I immediately tried to soften my remark. If he really transferred, there'd be records at school and stuff, right? But is there actually anything like that? Mion and Rena, their eyes grew wide as they at a loss for words. I started to feel like I was doing something really bad. I thought they were only hiding the fact that Sadashi's older brother ran away out of consideration for her. I'm not trying to blame you or anything, okay? I just want to ask what happened to Sadashi, that's all. I wasn't trying to blame them. The fact I had to remind them even looked like I was tormenting them with an impossible question. Yeah! Yeah, it would! Again, I know why this is happening. Keiichi is clueless. Because I do remember Sadoshi's arc, which we will get to in the next chapter. I know what he went through, and it's kind of... Let's just say it opens up a lot, so I can't really explain it right now. Shion, yeah, no, maybe I was actually bullying them. Maybe I had lashed out of them in retaliation for Shion getting mad at me. This whole day has been so much fun, but now, why did I go and say something that made all this meaningless? All that meaningless. Well, it's not that, it's just they're probably shocked at how you know so much, Keiichi. I couldn't help but regard my own carelessness and curiosity. That's enough, let's drop it now. As I was about to say that, Mion spoke. Well, it's not like we were hiding it or lying. I hope you understand that's not what we were trying to do. Mion's tone conveyed her genuine awkwardness. They sound like the excuses of a child who had been presented with evidence of her own mischief. You're not too far off, Keiba-chan, my man. Satoshi, well, he didn't transfer schools. Mion said, resigning herself. But I felt bad for pushing her to say that. So, it's okay, Mion? Let's stop talking about Satoshi. Sorry for teasing you. I wanted to apologize. But right now, before that... He won't come back. Wow, that music changed fast. What? Unlike Mion's stammering reply, Reno was extremely clear and resolute. Wait, what? He won't come back? What? He won't come back home ever since that day. He won't come back. That was a very strange way of putting it. Normally you would say he hadn't come back yet. At least I thought you'd only say it like Rena did if he wasn't capable of coming back. You wouldn't say it like that when talking about someone who ran away from home. What do you mean he won't come back? Where did Satoshi go? Don't know. Rena's words felt very cold to me. It was so cold I couldn't muster a response right away. Well, she's right. After that day, Satoshi hadn't returned home. Mion noticed the deadlock between us and hurried forward up on what Rena had said. Well, that is, everyone in the village searched for him, and we even got the police to help us look. And, well, they started thinking maybe he ran away. When running away from home, I thought you were supposed to leave a note or something. No, you can just straight up leave. Some people just do that. So when Satoshi ran away, he probably would have left some kind of note apologizing to Sadako. That was just kind of what I figured. But from the way Mion was talking, it sounded a little different than just running away from home. The police did an investigation. Satoshi had been earning money at a part-time job and had put some aside, and they learned that on the day he vanished, he withdrew it all. And then at Nagia Station or something, they spotted someone who looked like Satoshi. He withdrew all his savings to fund his escape from home. Was that it? It seemed like consistent enough to me. Before I could say anything, I think that's a lie. Satoshi-kun didn't run away, declared Rena shortly. Hey, wait. So if you didn't transfer schools, or move away, and you didn't run away from home, then what on earth? Stop it, Rena. Mion whispered to her. Rena, however, continued without interruption. And then she said this. Because it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. I'm gonna let that sink in while I save. Huh? A curse? It took some time before I understood what Rika meant by that. Mion clicked her tongue and shook her head a little. Satoshi talked to me before he disappeared. He said someone was watching him, stalking him. Oh, Lord. I'm just gonna save because that's the eye look. Was that there when I saved earlier? No, her eyes were shut. That's why. Oh, dear. Oh, I don't like that look. He told me that when he went to bed, they were standing there at his bedside looking down at him. Stop it, Rena! It's a portent of Oshiro-sama's curse, there's no doubt. I think somewhere deep down, Satoshi-kun was probably thinking about abandoning Imazawa and running away, and Oshiro-sama wouldn't allow that. I said stop! Oshiro-sama is the guardian deity of Imazawa. He would never allow anyone to abandon Imazawa and run away. I apologized for that, but Satoshi-kun probably didn't. It must have been Oshiro-sama's curse. Oshiro-sama's curse? I hadn't intended to repeat it, but the words came out of my mouth anyway. Oshiro-sama's curse. The police may have said he ran away, but I don't believe it. I won't believe it, not ever. It's just a lie told by the self-support people of the village. You don't want to admit it was a curse. And whether or not you believe in Oshiro-sama's curse, it's wham! Mion struck Rena in the head. Yeah. And not in a joking way either. I told you to give it a rest, didn't I? I tried to be nice, but you're pushing me to my limits. Pushing her to her limits, actually, there was a plenty of displeasure and anger in Mion's face in that moment. Oh no. For a few moments after being hit, Rena looked astonished. As the voices of Higarashi calmed her from the frantic mind, but because after a little while she regained her original calm expression. I don't know, she looked like she was starting to get that eye thing too. We arrived at the place we always split up with Mion. No one said a word until we got there. The voices of the Higarashi just tortured our ears with their buzzing. ... We always split up with Beyond here, leaving just Ren and me. Hey, Kei-chan, didn't I promise to lend you some manga? Want to come over real quick? Huh? She promised that. However, I quickly realized it was a convenient way of saying she wanted to talk to me alone. Oh, goody! I'm sure that'll go well. Oh, I see. Okay, then. Rena will go home. Maybe she realized, maybe she didn't. Thankfully, Rena just quickly said she'd go home before us. Bye, Rena. See you tomorrow. Yep. See you tomorrow. Kei-chan, don't be too much of a bother now. It's already evening. I'm just going to borrow a few books. See ya. Considering the fun day we had, it was very insipid, lonely parting. Hey, don't worry about it much before. After a little while, Mion finally spoke. Quite some time has passed since splitting up with Rena. No, I'm not really. I think it was my fault anyway. We weren't trying to hide anything about Sadashi. It's just one of those things that we shouldn't mention, you know? At this point, I understood exactly what she meant by it. Judging by our odd interactions with Rena, I understood so well it hurt that I shouldn't ever talk about it again. Actually, if that's the case, then with Shion as well... No, if you tried with Shion, she'd straight up murder you. No, this is a bigger problem. Talking about it in the first place has been indiscreet. I shouldn't have been interested in it at all. I don't know, I think most people would be interested being an outsider just to understand why people were quiet about it, but once they know about it, then they'd usually just ignore and move on with their day. That's what I really had to think about. Why everyone was so irritated? Idiot, stop this, Keiichi Mabara! By the time I tried to warn myself, I'd actually spoken the role already. I won't ask ever again, so can you tell me honestly, what on earth happened to Satoshi? He ran away, right? For a long time, Mion remained silent, but finally unable to endure it any longer, he began to speak timidly. Have you ever heard of Oshiro-sama's curse? Damn it! Mind you, I actually do know what happened to Satoshi as the player, but I can't say it because that would ruin the plot. Have you heard about Oshiro-sama's curse? Just a little bit. I got the gist of it. I only heard someone in our class talking about it, though. Oshiro-sama was the name of the deity protecting Yumazawa that they worshipped at the shrine we had barbecue at today. And a few years ago, when they started talking about flooding Yumazawa as part of the dam project, one of the people working on the dam site died something and people blamed it on the Oshiro-sama curse. Oh good, she's not going fully into it. Because we did that already for 2 arcs, and I don't want to go through more unless there's anything new to say about it. That's how it was. Sadashi's dead parents, they were proponents of the dam project. Wasn't everyone in the village against it? Why would they support the project if they lived here? The dam project would flood the entirety of Hinazawa. I'd heard the village all got together to fight the terrible project, but it was a little hard to believe there were villagers who were supporting it. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on, but not everyone agreed to stand up to the dam proposal. Sadashi's parents were basically the leaders of those who were all for it. Leader for all for it? Sadako and Sadashi's parents? Okay, that part is pertinent and new information. Yeah, the government had gathered a lot of compensation money in exchange for the construction of the dam. There are plenty of people who agreed to the proposal because they wanted the money. Well, yeah. As much as they shat on the dam project, and as much as we saw the anti-version of who was against it, the government would have compensated everyone and let them move into new housing, and probably even better housing, if they just moved away and let them do it. Like, it wasn't a tyrannical, no, we're gonna kill you all just to build this dam, but some people took it as that, though, which is kind of why the problem became the problem that it is. Well, anyway, there were plenty of people who agreed to the proposal because they wanted the money. Aside from a few households, Hinazawa was in general not very affluent. Not because they were proud or to inherit the land of their ancestors. It wouldn't be strange if some people wanted enough money to start a new life. But even in that case, they would have to hesitate to say so given the situation. It had to be Sadako and Sadoshi's parents who understood that and stood up to be their representative. By that standard, you might say that Sadako and Sadoshi's parents were very heroic. Yeah, but I could picture a lot of people demonizing or villainising them for that reason alone. They volunteered to be hated, all to help those without much money who didn't have a voice. And then their parents had bad luck. That's what we're calling it, huh? Okay. They died in an accident on the day of the festival honoring Oshiro-sama. Uh-huh. So people started thinking maybe it was Oshiro-sama's curse. I thought back to what Coach had told me today. And they went to a nature park on a family outing and fell from a cliff. So people thought that even Satoshi running away from the home was because of Oshiro-sama's curse. Well, yeah, basically. It was a bit of an evasive reply, but I felt it was wrong to ask further details, so I didn't press her on details. I don't think I need to explain this, but for Sadako, her parents' accident, and Satoshi running away, and all the business with Oshiro-sama's curse, none of it's a very happy story, you know. Yeah, of course I knew. Well, yeah, just even if you knew the base minimal of Mom and Dad died, Big Brother ran off, and the person we know is effectively abandoned. Even then, that would be not a very happy story. That's why we're not mentioning anything about Sadako's family. If someone asks about Satoshi, we just lie and say he transferred schools. You understand why, right? They wanted to protect Sadako's happiness, her smile. As someone who thought that way once, even for a short time, I really did regret having been prudent enough to broach the topic to begin with. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry to ask something so careless. When she heard that, Mion's smile seemed a little relieved. Without understanding, thinking that I should get going, I began to make my way home. I could really have stopped by Mion's house, but it was already late. I'd stop by again next time I had the chance. Bye then, Mion. Sorry about today. See you later tomorrow. Yeah. Goodbye. We waved to each other. Then suddenly I remembered something. Mion called out to me. Kei-chan, one more thing. Not only around Sadako, could you keep quiet about Satoshi with Rena too? Huh? I think you realized earlier, but for some reason it comes to Orishiro-sama's curse, she gets extremely serious. Ever since she transferred here. There's a lot of transfers! Wonder why? Yeah, judging by how Rena was acting earlier, it was clearly no laughing matter to her. Mion had interrupted the conversation for us. But if Mion hadn't interrupted, what would have happened? Why would Rena be so serious about it? Not only Rena either, but Shion too. I don't know. Rena is, this is a secret, okay? But tell anyone we're not friends anymore. Mion emphasized this with an expression clouded even further. I won't tell. What's this about Rena? She said blah 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 blah. She said she's been a victim of Oishiro-sama's curse before. Huh? It may sound mean, but I think it might be a bad case of persecution complex or some kind of wrong assumption. Yeah, kinda. But she says so herself, so I believe her. If I poke fun at it, she gets pretty upset. Rena jokes around all the time, but she's really scary when she's mad. I get it. Don't talk about it in front of Rena, right? How about Satoshi? Yeah. Also, I think you shouldn't talk about this ever again. For her sake. And for Sadako's. And for everyone else, too. I would say for your own sake, too, Kei-chan. With her own silence, Mion made sure I knew that. Yeah, okay, I got it. Thanks. Saying that, only that, she waved her hand and we began to walk away. I watched her go a little dazed then started walking myself. Sadako's older brother, Satoshi. Had he run away from home? Or had he been the victim of the curse and disappeared forever? Whichever the case, none of this was anything I should ask about. The cooling air forced me into self-reflection. I wanted Sadako to smile. Yet my curiosity easily defeated me, and the frivolously tried to step into the dark side of things in a joking way. I'm shameful. I wanted today to be exactly like yesterday, minus the scare parts, of course. Wanted tomorrow to be just as fun as today, too. So why did I go and do something like that? And then I screwed it all by saying something like I loved you. Something like that. You were having a blast at the baseball game yesterday, and today we had a big barbecue party, too. It was a lot of fun. But then I went and almost nullified all of those fun times. I would have to be more careful starting tomorrow. I would have to put all this unpleasant stuff behind me forever. Like hell, I'm going to let my enjoyable life end just because of how careless I was today. The more that I thought about it, the more careful starting tomorrow, the more I can get rid of this ominous thought that I'd already put an end to those enjoyable days with just what I'd just done. Hey, wait. Calm down, Keiichi Marabara. The gears of destiny are freaking gigantic, aren't they? What happened just now was trivial. It doesn't make any sense to think my life would totally be different tomorrow. Even then I understood it logically. The mist in my heart wasn't going to fade until tomorrow turned out to be just as fun as today. I'm acting weird. I'm thinking a little too much about that conversation. Which one? You had it several, dude. I wish tomorrow would come already. I wanted to make me understand how absurd my insignificant doubts really were. The night was long. Oh no. Oh no. You've received tips. Well, I'm gonna save first. Mystery meat. Achievement. Okay. I was actually curious how far we were. The slacking manager. Shion-san, why don't you help out a little? Are you asking a girl to carry something heavy? This is why I still haven't found a nice lady at your age, coach. This is why you haven't found a nice lady at your age, coach. Well, you see, at times like these, here's what people say. Ahem, none of your business. He was loading the station wagon with heaps of equipment we used for today's barbecue meeting. All the fathers and sons who had helped were starting to get on their way. Alright, so Shion-san, why don't you come all the way out here? If you rode here on your bike, I can give you a lift. I did, but I'm fine riding back. I appreciate your consideration. I was glad you came today. Things were quite fitting together with the manager here. Am I still the manager? I've been shirking my duty for an entire year. So you should fire such an incompetent manager already. Alright, if you say you want to quit, then I'll fire you whenever you want. Grr! That's not fair! Let me go soon, please. Every time I don't show up at a game, I get an annoying phone call, and I can't stand those. Then just show up! Please! You were more honest with yourself, Shion. You'd be far cuter. Your father is so sad where did you go wrong with such a rebellious daughter? Or perhaps your father catches you in a big loving embrace, you'll open up your eyes. Well then, don't mind if I do. Come here. Coach was fooling around with all his might, but Shion just smiled in the distance without responding. Nothing's changed. You're still a weirdo, Coach, and everything's still as lively as ever. Everyone's still as lively as ever. Even though Satoshi-kun isn't here. Is that what you want to say? He'll come home. I'm sure of it. He has someone waiting for him. Say whatever you want. He sure is cruel, isn't he? Going off to who knows where, leaving such a cute girlfriend behind. Yeah. Yeah. Shion is Satoshi's girlfriend. Yeah. Yeah. Girlfriend? Who? Huh?
Just stop playing stupid there, Shion.
Jeez, quit laughing already. Coach!
Coach and her were laughing hardly for a little while.
We'll see each other again. Please come in and root for us once in a while, okay? If I feel like it, I have no desire to be a manager anymore after all. That's fine. Don't like it, I'll fire you. I'm not the kind of person who likes forcing people to do things against their will. Grr. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. You win this round. I feel like if I'll come root for you so hard today, just be patient. Whoops, that time already. Fast turn all this. I'm already making them wait for me. I'll be leaving for today then. Let's meet again in the next game. Yes, if I feel like it. Goodbye, Coach.
Yeah.
Is her rampage in the last arc suddenly beginning to make a bit more sense?
If not, that's okay. I just feel like that's a big hint towards what was her reasoning for the rampage.
The autopsy suggests the victim was killed in the following manner. Entire body bound in restraints. Traces left behind from the body seem to have been bound, indicating usage of a specific restraining table rather than rope or another common method. Finger joints in either hand appear to have been bound specifically tight. Highly likely the table was either specifically made or homemade given this information. Both ears and nose severed with a sharp blade. Traces of restraint and other things seem to suggest there is at least one or more other than the one who severed these parts holding down the victim's head. Possible that multiple blades were used, with one of them most likely being scissors or shears. 5 nails penetrated fingers on each hand. 1 long nail stuck in each joint for each finger on each hand, for a total of 30. The deceased's fingers were laid to a wooden plank, 20 square centimeters large, extremely like these planks were part of the restraining table. In addition, it's likely that the table was originally designed for such a purpose. Abdomen incised, intestines removed. The incision in the abdomen likely has been a technique grounded in medical methodology using a sharp blade. Estimated there was still no threat to the victim's life at this stage. After this, the organs inside the incision were dismantled and removed. The victim likely died as a result of this process. Body disposed. After fastening a dumbbell to the victim's neck using a commercial pet collar, the victim was likely abandoned on the Ouija River's third drain. Judging by the dumbbell's weight, it's highly possible they would have needed at least 3 grown men to have disposed of the body. To Oishi-san, here's a copy of the preliminary autopsy of the slaughtered corpse in the Ouija River. Chief Shigeharu sees this as having a possible relation to the S group. What are your thoughts, Oishi-san? Yeah, this was about the body we saw at the start of this, way at the start when I transitioned from the ending of Game 2 into the beginning of this Game 3. We had someone find a body at a drainage in the river. This was the autopsy of that. East round 3. There it is, round 3, Sean. 3 Doromongan, 15 extra. What? What's up with that? How'd you have 3 Dora? You idiot! You're the only one who flipped over another condor when you knew Oishi was in Tempeh. That's what you get. Getting more Dora was the only— Oh, they're playing Mahjong. Got it. You can't discard Dora tile after your card is out. Oishi grinned meaningfully at his buddies, swearing began to break down through the walls, reforming them. By the way, Oishi-san, figured it out yet? What? Oh, the murdered body in the drainage channel. Any new clues come up? Yes, well, you're the one collecting the evidence here. I should have expected that. Who was the deceased? Rina Miyamiya. Rina Mamiya. I want to say Mamma Mia, but that's not it. Mamiya. Okay. Actual name Noriko. Apparently she worked for the Blue Mermaid, a hostess bar in Shishibone Flower Road. Oh, wow, that place, huh? A young leader of Sonozaki owns it, yeah? Sonozaki, whoops. So that's related to the S group. That's the mountain will be tough to scale. Rumor says that he's had her hands in both drug dealings and money to be paid to the government. And on a pretty significant scale, too, from what I heard. I mean, getting her hands on the Yakuza tax money sounds like a man's behind it. Not a lot of women do that sort of thing to themselves. Nifufu. Well, she's dead now. The dead can't have anything to do with it. About that, Oishi-san, her man's apparently alive. Alive? Maybe he'll die soon. Vermin usually exterminate each other. Exterminate other vermin. I think we'd have a very nice self-healing system going on. Anyway, her man is, well, Teppei Hojo. Yeah! Yeah! Yes, this character is related to Sadako. Hojo. Who's that? Teppei Hojo. The husband of the housewife who was beaten to death last year in the Hinamizawa. That's interesting. I heard he disappeared after the incident, though. I get he was staying at his lover's place, huh? And so Sonosaki's grew even more suspicious. Where is he now? He was living in a woman's apartment. He must have thought she abandoned him, so he'd been searching around shops and other places. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh. That's the point where having foreknowledge is a little terrifying. End of chapter 4. Morning, Keiichi! What time did you go to sleep? I did not sleep well all last night. My mother couldn't tell from a single glance. I had the worst dreams. Nightmares, very ominous, one after the other, again and again. I had a night like that, 4 months ago. That sucked. I woke up after each one, but I couldn't even remember a fraction what they'd been about. It's like those dreams were predicting something unpleasant, and I woke up in a terrible mood. Hey now, every day has been calm and fun before today, right? Those days should continue unchanging, and yet... Anxiety was the only emotion growing within me. Why was that? Nightmares reflect your own anxiety. They showed an uneasy mind that would admit to you wouldn't admit to normally. Yesterday, I heard an ominous conversation about Satoshi I had with Shion, Neon, and Rena. Right. My mind felt like it was in a black fog, because if we talked about that... And yes, the reason why Shion was so pissed at Keiichi in the last section was because she is Satoshi's boyfriend, so when he vanished, whether it was Oishiro-sama's curse or running away, she was devastated and angry. Very devastated and angry. So anyone that talks about it just sets off those feelings. Hard. If I'd lived every day without causing a fuss, my reward would be more peaceful days. Oh, how I wish that were true, Keiichi. Oh, how I wish that were true. I understood now. Why did I cause such a discord? Because you're a human being. But now that I thought about it calmly, a simple verbal slip on my part couldn't be possibly change the world. Again, we all make verbal slips every day of our lives. It's called being human. Some are more prone to it than others. As long as I'm sorry for doing it and never talk about it again, there's nothing anyone can blame me for, right? Besides, how would my fate possibly change just because I talked about it? Nothing was gonna change. Yeah, nothing would change. Nothing would change. Nothing would change. That's a creepy smile. If you're still half asleep, then go wash your face. I finally cheered enough to smile, and my mom slapped me right back down. Now I was irritated again. There wasn't much time left before I had to meet up with Rena. I'd frantically start to get ready to go to school. Have a good day! Watch out for cars! There's barely any cars to watch out for. In Hinazawa, anyway, the city would be a different story. I dashed out the front door, ready to greet the day with another save. Okay. The morning air was far from refreshing than the water on my face. That's right, Keiichi Mabara. If you're sorry enough about it, reflect on your mistakes, that's enough. Now let's pull yourself together and get to school. And return to the fun, enjoyable days of yore. Until the Fire Nation attacked. After everyone laughs and plays and just had a good time. I'll be nice to Sadako's and apology too, yeah. Wasn't I supposed to be your Nini until Sadashi got back? Oh dude, that is so gonna bite you in the ass later. Good morning, Keiichi-kun! Rena looked like nothing she had yesterday when she said that weird stuff. If I could only forget that I should still act like nothing happened. So I called out to her with an energy I could muster. Hey, morning, Rena! Early as usual today. Morning. Good morning. There was little time before the same old morning homeroom began. With Sadako and Rika-chan Wait, what? Log! There was little time before the same old morning homeroom began, but Sadako and Rika-chan were unusually absent. Maybe they went to play somewhere? However, looking over and seeing none of their things, so it looked like they really hadn't come to school. They're almost never late. Rena seemed enjoying herself thinking about what their excuse for being late would be. Mion said something nonsensical again. Well, imagine how funny the reason they were late must be a bin. I had only come to school to see their energetic faces since I figured it would rid me of these feelings I have. But the load on my chest remained where it was. It wasn't very pleasant at all. Good morning, everyone. President, if you would. Everybody stand up. Our teacher had finally arrived. And finally I heard the pitter-patter of footsteps running down the hall. Clatter. Rika-chan was the first to run through the open door. And then Sadako didn't come. Oh no. Oh no. You're late for Ude-san. Where's Hojo-san? It was unusual for Rika-chan to be late, but equally unusual for Sadako, a ball of energy, to be absent as well. Everyone's eyes were wide with a series of strange events. Sadako might be a little bit late. Has she come down with something? The teacher walked to Rika-chan and they started talking in hushed tones. I know what's up. Rika-chan's late and Sadako's absent. I guess crazy things do happen. You're right. But I wonder what happened to Sadako-chan. Is she sick? Why now, when I want to see Sadako's energetic face? Yetis have been building since last night, tightened around my chest. Kei-chan, you worry too much. Sometimes girls just her age can't help but stay homesick. Mi-chan, you're not supposed to say that around boys. Mion laughed indecently. Normally I'd laugh along with her, but right now I just didn't feel like it. Homeroom ended, and we went to talk to Rika-chan in a short time we had before the first period started. Hey Rika-chan, you look so sad, so very sad when you had to yelled at for being late. I'll make sure to pet you today. I was very aware of my gloom this morning, so I started to keep my tone cheerful. I petted Rika-chan ahead the same way she always did, but she didn't cheer up at all. What happened to Sadako? Did she get sick? For instance, she got a fever from playing around too much yesterday. If that had been her response, I would have accepted it in a flash. That's not what it is, though. But the atmosphere around Rika-chan felt somehow heavy. It was a little weird and actually made my unease worse. Hey, come on, come on. There's certain things you can't talk to boys about. Kei-chan, back your seat, back to your seat. Mion, acting just like the club president, pulled me back to my chair. Rika-chan's gaze immediately fell back to her desk and she hung her head gloomily. Rika-chan had said something odd that Sadako might be a little bit late. They were living together, weren't they? And she would have known for sure, she would have said might. I didn't understand why she was absent, and that made me all more anxious. It should, buddy! It really should! None of this is normal. Damn it, what's going on today? It's like we started off on the wrong foot and it wasn't getting any better. Oh boy. What's the matter, Keiichi-kun? You seemed pretty down this morning. Rena noticed how I looked. It whispered to me while the teacher wasn't looking. Do I really seem that way? Yeah. Even Rena was starting to feel down just looking at you. I thought I'd jokingly say that don't look at me, but then I didn't even feel like doing that. Is this something you can tell Rena? I don't know what you're worried about, but if I can help, then you can tell me, okay? I won't tease you. Rena said this looking straight in my eyes. Until yesterday, nothing strange had happened. It was a lot of fun. Huh? Rena's eyes widened for a moment, not understanding what I meant, but she remained silent and listened. It was peaceful, fun, every day was lively, and I never had any doubts that things would stay that way forever. Yeah, you're right. Every day's fun. I'm sure today will be too. You're sure? How do you know? Well... Rena, feeling perplexed, couldn't think of something to say. I didn't blame her. I was trying to say it seemed a little confusing even to me. When I think about it, I was being anxious lately. Maybe since that every day is fun, one day all of a sudden, it would get really dark, like a light bulb turned off. Uh-huh. Yeah, Rena kind of understands how you feel. I know exactly how he feels. Rena nodded gently. We've always been taught that it wouldn't only be good things happening to us. Sometimes I'm scared of what's going on behind the fun. It's a little sad, but because of that, we learn how to do our best to make sure that fun never stops. I see. Crap. I hadn't meant to hit right click, but I may as well. So it's not a bad thing that you think our fun lives might not go on forever, Keiichi-kun. Kind of like if suddenly there was a volcanic eruption tomorrow and everyone died. Hey, wait, that's terrible! You're the only one who survived the catastrophe, Keiichi-kun. How would you feel? How would I imagine myself being the sole survivor in the ruins of Hinamazawa. Rubble and bodies of friends lying in heaps at my feet. It was such an abhorrent sight. Was it sadder that all my friends had died, or was it sadder I couldn't have died with them? I don't know which, but I'd probably cry a lot. Probably break my heart. First, I think I'd cry. Maybe you would think this. This was my destiny, that I should make sure every day before was as fun as possible so I have no regrets. That's weirdly specific, Rena! That is weirdly specific. I didn't want to consider it such a horrible event to be my destiny, but... I probably would think that. The fun times will end one day, and nobody knows when they will. It makes sense to leave each other at the full, so if it does happen tomorrow, you don't have to regret anything. Yeah. It's really hard to think like that. A lot of people take their everyday happiness for granted. They think tomorrow will be the same as today, so they'll leave things they could do today for tomorrow. And at least they leave kindness they could have shown today until tomorrow. Rena was usually cheerful and silly, but right now she wasn't like that at all. She was taking my troubles seriously. It was a little reassuring. But Keiichi, you realized it. I think that's a wonderful thing. So that's unease you have, you can think you could keep close to your heart. Keep my unease close? Yes! Everyone might die tomorrow in a big catastrophe. So you should really be nice to everyone today. I don't think that's the only reason to be nice to people every day, but sure, it's a reason. So when the end really does come, you don't regret it. Do you do that, Rena? Like, live it like you would have no regrets if tomorrow died. If Rena died tomorrow? Yep. It was such a hyperbolic conversation, but Rena gave me a nonchalant nod of her head. Rena knows what it's like for the fun times to end overnight. She doesn't approve for tomorrow will be fun, even if today is. I'm living life to the fullest. It seemed like Rena perfectly understood all the anxiety I could push into words. And on top of that, like a reliable teacher, she showed me what to do. Oh, hey Keiichi Marabar, there's no need to cry now. Last night I felt like I had a dream about Sadako. I don't remember what kind of dream it was, but ever since this morning I felt anxious. Because you thought seeing Sadako-chan's energetic face would cheer you up? She was right on the money. Everyone had been there with smiles on their faces this morning, and the murk in my heart would have definitely been blown to smithereens. And if Sadako arrives, you'll have to be nice to her. Actually, it's totally fine if you play your usual pranks on each other, as long as you're having fun. Yeah, you're right. So that even if these fun days do come to an end, I have no regrets. I couldn't tell what Rena told me had been comforting or just made me more anxious. But Sadako again, I'd be honest with her. Oh boy. Lunchtime arrived with everyone pushing their desks together like always. Sadako wasn't there. Despite that, we had our bag boxes for 5 lined up on our desks. Rika-chan had made a bento for Sadako too. Was Sadako supposed to be there for lunch? Here before lunch? Rika was clearly acting strangely. We were talking to her, but it felt like... I'm pushing the button. She was too far away to hear us. I'd never seen Rika-chan so downcast. So the rest of us started to feel down too. Hey, Rena? I understood what she said before pretty well. When we were together, we were supposed to have a lot of fun, so we shouldn't have any regrets if the world ends tomorrow. And yet, with just what I resolved myself to do, now we can't be all together. What the hell? Because it was so sudden, wasn't it? I mean, yesterday was so fun, so who could believe it would all end today? No volcanoes, blah 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 blah. No volcanoes had erupted. No earthquakes or fires had happened either. The cicadas were making the same noise they did yesterday, and the sun remained bright in the sky. It was the same normal day as always, so then why? As I pondered, Rena's chopsticks reached around my face and stole the fried chicken out from my bento. No one else wants it. Rena will take it. Hee hee, delicious. Rena tossed the entire piece in her mouth, began munching it, her expression one of bliss. I'm such an old man. Rena got a leg up on me. Alright, this old man's taking a bit of the steak here. Babe, all my food is gone except for my rice. Rika-chan, also behind the curve, smiled again and went for someone else's bento. So it's not their days how quickly everyone had changed. Rena sent a wink over to me. Come on, Keiichi-kun, live life to the fullest. That's the way. If the volcano erupts tomorrow, it'll be okay. This is serious. I'll be damned if fried plums and rice are the only things I have for lunch today. I'm taking that meatball. I stuffed the meatball in my mouth and constructed a clumsy smile. Played along as if trying to fool myself. As I did, rapidly became less and less of an act. Sadako still wasn't here, but at some point we had regained our lively lunchtime. We had fun. We smiled. And we fooled around. Thanks, everyone. This was definitely the best thing to do. This way, when Sadako suddenly dropped by, we could welcome her with our best smiles. The more I smiled, the more I felt the anxiety from this morning clearing up. I do like this song. Wasn't there a proverb that went something like, fortunes come by a merry gate? I think so. If true, then this old man will roll around the floor laughing 24/7. Rena thinks it's true. You'll laugh every day. It'll be fun every day. Rena has a way with words. Then should we try it out? Everyone took a deep breath and brought their faces together, locking shoulders, and then... Everyone laughed uproariously from their stomachs. Trying to laugh out loud of the bad stuff accumulating in them. By the time our bentos were empty, everyone was right as rain. Okay. heard our friendly banter, Tomi-kun and Okamura-kun walked up timidly to spoke to us. Excuse me, Barakawa-san? Sorry to interrupt your fun, but we need your help with something. They grinned dryly, scratching their heads. What could it be? I want to know how to remove the censor bars in porn magazines. By the way, don't believe what you hear about the butter doing the strict total superstition. You can't use an eraser either. Wait, what? Seriously? That's not what we're here for, said Tomita-kun, elbowing Okamura-kun. I don't know, I thought it would have been really funny if that was the reason. Actually, our ball got caught in the gutter on the second floor. We were thinking you might be able to reach it since you're tall. I see. Asking an upperclassman help comes with its own price, you know. I'm not cheap. You can't buy me out so easily. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun conversed for a short time, then gave their reply. We'll give you the right to take a nap during class, Apara-san. How does that sound? What do you mean? I can sleep during class whenever I want. Why do I need your permission for it? Oh, no, you can't. The next time you take a nap, we'll tell Sensei about it. Extortion! I see, how sly. You little... Where did you learn to bargain like that? Sorry. It was just a little joke. Come on, Kei-chan. Why not just cave into your underclassmates' threats? And now Mion was getting on my nerves. Suddenly it came to me, and I took Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun's hands. Alright, I surrender. I'll get your ball for you, so give me the rights to that nap time. Huh? Oh, okay. Look, Mion, now I have the privilege. But you don't, do you? Tomita-kun or Okamura-kun, tell on Mion as soon as she falls asleep, got it? Yeah! Rena and Rika-chan began to cackle at Keiichi-kun's victory. Yes, now when Mion falls asleep, she will be woken up very startlingly. I wasn't sure how the ball managed to get stuck up there, but it was planted firmly in the school building's second floor gutter. Hang on a stick, I should be able to reach it. Here we go. I took a bamboo pole and poked the ball with it. Damn, it's hard. Come on. Oh, he got it. He got it, Babara-san! Thank you so much! The ball rolled down the gutter and fell down behind the school building. Her classmate ran over in that direction, leaving me by myself. Mission complete, I guess. Sheesh. There's still a lot of time left until lunch break is over. Guess I should go back to the classroom, absorb myself in a silly conversation with everyone, and wait for afternoon classes. Just when I thought I'd turn around towards the entrance, someone suddenly called out to me. Hello there, good day! Sorry for bothering you during your lunch break. It was a middle-aged man I didn't know. Ah yeah, he doesn't know him in this timeline yet. Or maybe I passed him by a few times and I see his face, but I don't know him. With his half-smile deepened, something within me shuddered with fear. There was no basis for that. Actually, there is, but not to this version of you. No reason, but I shuddered. I was somewhat confused about those emotions, not quite understanding them myself. There's one thing I could say, though. Nobody but teachers and students should be at the school. This person should not have been here. I felt less of a tremble, more of a sense of dread, like a brilliantly colored, poisonous caterpillar were crawling across my forehead. A feeling of disgust that was neither itchy nor gross could describe as frizzly, dreadful hair rubbed against my brow. I didn't want to see his face. I wanted to jump backwards and run away. An unpleasant feeling for which I didn't even know the cause. The other side of myself had nothing but questions. Hey, what are you doing? What are you disgusted by? This is the first time you've met him. It's rude to hate someone for no reason. No answers were coming. I held my silence, raining a damp, sweet sweat running down my forehead. When I saw that, Oishi thought maybe he was being intimidating, gave me a relaxed smile. Oh, please excuse me. I'm no one suspicious, I assure you. No fufu, I'm Oishi from the Okonomiya Police Department. Wait, where do I put my card? Huh. What? This is... what? He fished through various pockets, and finally found his police ID, and showed his feet, grinning dryly. He may have been trying to use those clumsy-seeming actions to ease my anxiety, but I definitely say it didn't work. Why was I nervous? There was no reason, of course. I wanted to be the same as before, then today I didn't need someone who hadn't been there back then. The fact that a man who wasn't there yesterday showed up today, and today would be a different day from those before it. That would mark the end of the fun and happy days. I gulped, erased that ominous conclusion from my mind. Calm down, Keiichimabara. It's just an old guy who looked kind of perverted and came from the police department. Don't go deciding that fun times are over. He just came here because of his job. Yeah, just for his job. If he's working, then maybe normally he'd go to Teacher's Lounge, right? In fact, he spoke to me, yes. Must have been asked to ask where it was. Are you looking for the Teacher's Lounge? You just have to go through the entrance, and I didn't want to look at this man for any other second, so I started pushing things along. Oishi, however, didn't seem to have any interest in the Teacher's Lounge. Can't imagine why. Oh no. I don't have anything to do there. Could you call a friend of yours, if I may be so bold? A friend? Who? A girl. Could you call Sadako Hojo-san for me? Oh, there's something up. Oh, there is something up. My consciousness grew faint. Like I was about to pass out. Yes. My anxiety was realized. The dreadful, disgusting caterpillar was looking at me, about to crawl into my ear. Its frizzly, dreadful hair was touching my ear cavity. That is how bad it felt. What to do the police need with Sadako, of all people? No. It's nothing important. I just had 2 or 3 things to ask. I'd like it if you could cooperate with me. Why? Why, of all people, was it Sadako? Why would the police officer come here in the middle of the day for something that wasn't important? Yeah! Uh-huh! This man was strange. I could smell it. I'm pretty sure you just smell cigarette smoke, dude. It smelled bad. Just a whiff of it made me want to grimace. I knew this man. Couldn't possibly be here to deliver her lost wallet or anything. I couldn't imagine what he needed from Sadako, but it had to be something unpleasant. Ah, my throat, stung with burning pain, burned like parched, creviced wasteland. The wasteland broke apart deep in my throat, and brought out the words from deep in my mind. You may need something from her, but I don't think Sadako needs anything from you. Could you please leave? Oishi probably hadn't expected that reply. He stood there surprised for a few moments. I did as well. I hadn't thought words like that could ever come out of my mouth. Things might still work out. This guy may have shown up out of the blue, but if I drove him off, maybe I could make it so that it was never happened. If I do that, I could get back the peace we had until yesterday. I could get it back. Oh no. Well, you sure are strict. Are you Sadako's manager, perhaps? Can I see her without an appointment? Want to talk to her? Shouldn't you just call her? Marching into school in the middle of the day isn't normal. Breaking a whole dam would have been perfect analogy to use. Why did I like this man? This man should have been here. I need to make sure this man wasn't here. Childish, shellfish emotions bubbled up from my depths of my mind, and they each came out of my mouth just as they'd been formed. Not liking this guy was my own problem. But to say things so bluntly to him, even I thought I was crazy. Oh! You're the logical sort, aren't you? I'm not too good with people who talk like that. Oishi grinned and scratched his head, his sweaty throat. Even as he feigned stupidity, I could tell he was irritated. Hey, Kichimabara, why am I looking for a fight with this old man police here? It's not like he brought a gift of misfortune with him all wrapped up in paper, did it? Right. It wasn't like he was brought a package of misfortune with him and was asking me to sign here, please. Rationally speaking, I understood all that. So then why was I so... Finally, I lasted Oishi in our game of silence and he gave a big sigh. Then he addressed a few of my female underclassmen running around nearby. Oh, excuse me, all of you. You have a moment? I'd like to call Satoko Hojo-san if you could. My underclassmen tried to smile in reply, but they noticed the oddly stiff air atmosphere around me and seemed hesitant to give a quick answer. Is she not here? Satoko Hojo-san. Hojo-san, she stayed home today. Stayed home? His face remained smiling, but his tone was very clearly one of ill humor. Such a conspicuous spite caused by my underclassmen, who had answered honestly to cringe in fear. I see. Dear me, I'm quite unlucky. He smiled broadly, while the way he laughed didn't make me feel any better at all. When he noticed that his laughter wasn't getting anyone else to laugh with him, he immediately stopped. So, you girls, can you tell me the name of the boy here? Grabbed the girls by the shoulders so they wouldn't run away, and crouched down to address them at eye level. The girls hunched away in sharp, piercing lights in his eyes. In exchange for their leads, they didn't resist and told him my name. I see. Kichimabara-san, is that it? He asked my full name. That was all he said. I couldn't help but shudder. It was like he grabbed me by the collar just with those words. Oh, could you be the son of the Mabara family I've heard so much about? I heard your father's a renowned artist. His work goes on display twice a year at the great Ariake exhibit in Tokyo, don't they? I don't know what sort of fantastic pictures he creates, though. And there's your mother, who seems intelligent, too. Heard she was a high academic achiever. She went to some girls' university, didn't she? It's amazing for someone that age to have graduated from a girls' university. Did your mother actually be the daughter of a respectable family? At least those are the rumors. They say that she's a cold person because of it. Did you know that? She went to the very first neighborhood association. Meeting, right? That's certainly no good. You can't disrespect your neighbors in a place like this. A sense of eeriness slithered up my spine. That was my first experience of true terror. I couldn't believe it felt this terrible for someone you've just met to know everything about you already. Oishi clapped down on my shoulders and brought his eyes close to peer into mine. In a place like this, it's far better not to have many enemies, wouldn't it? If not... Ow. Oishi dug my shoulders with inhuman strength. There's something unexpected were to happen. You might see some drawbacks. Ever heard of karma? It's like how a butterfly flapping its wings can cause a tornado. Grudges born in strange places come back to bite back to you in ways you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't like that, would you? Foo. Nobody wants to have a grudge held against them. There's nothing positive about it but making enemies. What's the matter? Your shoulders are very stiff. Should I give you a massage? See, it feels good, right? Ow. This man wasn't just strong, it was like he knew exactly where to press to make me feel pain. Only 4 or 5 fingers were on my shoulder, and yet the pain made me want to bend over backward. A few of the girls in my class were pretty shaken up, but didn't seem to want to help me. They weren't sure if they should go call a teacher. As for me, I couldn't take the time to wait until the teacher got here. It hurts. Would you mind leaving things at that? You're hurting him. Behind Oishi-san, someone... To my disbelief, it was Coach. Oh my, if it isn't Dr. Irie, it certainly has been a while since we were last in touch. Discomforted by the coach's sudden appearance, Oishi laughed scornfully. The vice on my shoulders, however, remained as strong as ever. Never mind the greetings, please just let go of Mabara-san-kun. Oishi smiled daringly and glared straight at the coach. He didn't release me in the meantime, of course. I was just thinking about stopping by your place later, Doc. Doctor, you seem so busy and we never have a good chat. Yes, if you want, I'll chat with you all you like. But please make sure to have a warrant first. After all, otherwise I can't refuse to go voluntarily into your questions. Questioning. The coach didn't display a shred of weird behavior he'd shown at the baseball game and barbecue. He stared steadily at Oishi and fought so that he would release me. His chances were terribly bad, of course. Compared to the relaxed Oishi, Coach seemed like he was about being defeated mentally. It made sense. Coach had somewhere narrow stature, but Oishi's body was packed with muscle. It wasn't even a contest, but the coach fighting for me without taking a step back. Beads of sweat formed on his face, and though he paled, he was fighting for my sake. No! Suddenly Oishi laughed and just let go of my shoulders. My body exhausted, I fell right onto my backside. Mabara-kun, are you alright? Damn it, ow. I rubbed my shoulders where Oishi had latched onto them. The pain from falling over went away quickly, but this pain was lingering. Are you alright, Mabara-kun? This is terrible. Shit, ow, ow, ow. I was just giving a little massage. Mabara-san, aren't you over-exaggerating a bit? Boys ought to learn to man up. I want to retort, but I couldn't think of anything witty. Can you lift your shoulders? Are they in pain? If you're really hurt, then you should have a proper checkup. Let's go to the nurse's office. Coach let me his shoulder and walked beside me. What an exaggeration. I'd be the last person to do any sort of permanent damage. Right? I'm still an active police officer, you know. Come, I don't know what you need to be here for, but you're finished. Please leave. I'm going to complain directly to the chief, so please keep that in mind. Oh, that's a problem, ain't it? Oishi-san waved his hand sarcastically, pivoted around and headed to the car parked by the school gates. And without turning around, he got in and started the engine. Damn it. Who the hell was he, damn it? He's a detective named Karuto Oishi. And a hooligan. Everyone in the village hates him. Amara-san, you should be careful too. Karuto Oishi. Just like I thought, my gut instincts weren't wrong. He would be the one. The one to bring unhappiness, misfortune, something that would ruin our peace. Shit, I won't accept it. All these fun days can't possibly end just because some guy like him showed up. It's funny, we had such fun, had a positive relationship with Oishi in the prior two arcs. It's interesting that it's going to be a negative one in this arc. Shit, I won't accept all these fun days. Coach seemed familiar with the school, so he brought me to the nurse's office without much trouble. Girls from my class came along as well, looking worried. Our teachers and the principal, having noticed the disturbance, came to see what was the matter. Mabara-kun, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Well, there's this weird man in the schoolyard just now, Mabara-san. Coach gently interrupted the girl, trying to explain. No, it looked like he just fell and twisted something. I think he's alright, but I want to make sure. It's fine with you, I'd borrow the nurse's office for a bit. Please do, Dr. Irie. The principal gave him a deep bow. It looked like the coach was acquainted with the adults at school. He slid open the doors to the nurse's office, but there wasn't any nurse in there or anything. I'd figured. I'd never seen anyone but Chisa-sensei and the principal working in here. Coach didn't seem to mind the fact that there was no nurse and quickly made his way into the nurse's office. He instructed me to sit down and start washing his hands in the sink. Oh, I get it. He's the coach for the boys' baseball team. He must be pretty used to treating wounds like first aid. No, he's an actual doctor by profession. Just wondering why he took the day off. Can you show me where it was? Are you still in pain? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. I'm fine, really. Rolled my shirt and showed him my shoulder. No bruise, not even nail marks. And yet it hurt so much I thought my shoulders would be crushed. Even the pain had disappeared without a trace. It hurt so much there isn't a single bruise. Yeah, there's pain points in the shoulders that if you focus on them, you can actually hurt somebody, but it's not permanent. It's just pushing on the cluster that the pain signals go to, but instead of just, normally you're hurting someone, you're hitting the cluster that usually is the point of the body that screams pain. But there's also pleasure sensories in the shoulders as well, which is why neck and shoulder massages are definitely a thing, and why some people just really suck at doing massages, because the person that doesn't know what they're doing will actually hit that pain one on accident while trying to hit the pleasure ones. And that's my knowledge on massages and generally how the human body works, because this applies to both men and women. Just means he's doing it, used to, huh? Next time you meet, don't provoke him. Nothing good will come of making him angry. If you go home with a uniformed policeman by your side, your family won't like that, will they? Well, you're right. Still, what happened? Why'd you end up in a fight with him? He came up and said he needed something from Sadako. Huh? Sadako-chan? Coach's gaze lowered and expression clouded a bit. Somehow that gesture seemed to be saying Oishi's bound to come to Sadako, and did, and that was no laughing matter. Yeah, no. Oishi was there for a very specific reason. And surprisingly, it's actually an official reason. And reasonable, even. Coach fell silent in thought. Quietly took a compress out of the first aid kit and put it on me. Does he still plan on clinging to Sadako-chan? He's persistent, man, I'll give him that, like a snake. Coach mumbled to himself. Cling? Does that Oishi guy go to Sadako's place a lot? Coach didn't answer, but a lack of denial served well enough. What on earth did a policeman, probably a detective or something, need from Sadako? What mistake had led a detective to cling to sweetly smiling Sadako? Abara-san? Oh, right, you just moved here, didn't you? Yes, I did, but... Have you heard anything about... Are you sure some excursion about Sadako-chan? Well, I knew a few things about it for sure. Sadako's parents were dam proponents, and their accidental deaths was because of the curse. You mean that? Coach smiled thinly and dryly, so you know, he said, dropping the gaze. If I recall correctly, there was an accident on the viewing platform at the park she'd gone to with her family and her parents died. And it was just Big Brother and Little Sister, and then she was with Rika-chan, and, when they lost their parents, Sadako and her brother, Satoshi-kun, were given to their uncle and his wife to care for them. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, is that so? Their parents died on the accident. Satoshi ran away, leaving only Sadako to start living with Rika-chan. I know that much, but this is the first time I've heard them been brought to their uncle and aunt. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Their uncle was Sadako-chan's father's younger brother, Teppei. Unfortunately, neither of the couple were people deserving of respect. Yeah. Coach normally picked his words politely. However, when he came out and said they didn't deserve respect, it really made me wonder what kind of people they were. As soon as Sadako-chan's parents came out in support of the dam, their uncle and aunt took on the lot of the shame in the village as well. They would never have welcomed Sadako and Satoshi-kun. I heard that for the siblings it was a very rough life. Bit by bit, Coach told me about the numerous agonies the Hojo siblings had suffered at their uncle's house. As their guardians, their aunt and uncle sucked up everything belonging to their immediate family. Sadako and Satoshi were crammed into a small room. Their lives were laden with things that were miserable for both their bodies and minds. In the first place, since apparently their aunt and uncle weren't on good terms, there was no end to their fighting. Oh yeah. As if in revenge for that, whenever they saw Sadako or Satoshi's face, they'd always find fault with them and scold them and yell at them, strike them, and take away meals as punishment. Yeah, that's just straight up abuse. Like, I can understand scolding, maybe even yelling, though. But striking, that is outright abuse. Taking away meals, that is also outright abuse. I still shudder to think about it. You've never known any Sadako, but the energetic and healthy one now, you probably couldn't imagine her face being so deathly pale. A girl was standing dazed in the shade of the trees. I couldn't imagine it, but I didn't want to. That was how I honestly felt. At the very least, Sadako wasn't like that anymore. She may have been a miserable life in the past, but it was different now. Something happened to change that life. Yeah, the death of her aunt happened. Shit happened. And then she lived with Rika-chan trying to get away from it. Last year on the night of Tantarigoroshi Festival, their aunt died. She was beaten to death with a baseball bat by a drug addict. Rumors spread, of course, of the curse having killed an enemy of the village on the night of the festival. This death wasn't a simple homicide either. They whispered that it was actually Higarashi-sama's curse. Yeah. A few days later, the deviant arrested for drug use confessed to further offenses and incident was resolved. However, though it was resolved, no one knew whether the part about being Higarashi-sama's curse was true or not. Their uncle was part of Hinazawa, after all. He apparently grew incredibly frightened of Higarashi-sama's curse and went into hiding. And that's why, effectively, Sadako had been living with with Rika because, yeah, she had nowhere else to go, because the uncle ran off. From what I heard, he stayed with a lover somewhere in Okinawa. And Sadako and Satoshi, were they released? Their aunt died and their uncle fled. There was nobody left to torment siblings then, but as if picking up the torch, that man started showing up with an alarming tenacity. That man? And then Coach lowered a bit, as if being aware of his surroundings. I mean Oishi. Oishi, the guy from before? The events that just occurred came back to me. The hard-to-describe ominous sensation I felt from him came back to me. He's a little strange. The chain of incidents surrounding Higarashi-sama's curse have all been solved, and yet he alone doesn't want to accept that. Accept it? The incidents were all solved, and the detective supposedly with the police department didn't accept that. People say something bad will surely happen to those he gets close to. In Hinazawa, they think Oishi-sama's or Shiro-sama's Kei-chan! The door flew open with a rattle, and Mion came running in. Ren and Rika-chan came running a few steps behind her, and then Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun, and a few more of our classmates. Yeah, that wasn't me skipping. When Irie was trying to explain, I hadn't pushed the button yet, and it still transitioned to this. I just managed to read it fast enough to do the full reading. Sean! Did Oishi do something to you? Are you hurt? Calm down, Mion-san. He's not injured. I only gave him a compress just in case. Kei-chan, are you really okay? Okay? Everyone was saying stuff about how you're being strangled. Strangled? Calm down, Rena. He just squeezed my shoulders really hard. See, there's not even a bruise. Me. Jeez. What the heck are you all doing here? We're your friends, right? What are they doing standing there? Why didn't you help Kei-chan? We're sorry, President. Mion yelled at our classmates, barring her fangs. Tomita-kun and the others hung their heads in silence. Quit it, Mion. Tomita-kun and the others weren't even there. Stop blaming them. Damn it, damn it. Onishi! Mion just kicked the floor with her heel a few times, her temper running hot. Our teacher overheard the commotion, arrived as well. Hey, come on, everyone. Don't make so much noise in the nurse's office. President, take everyone and leave, please. Come on, everyone. Let's get going. Keiichi-kun is fine. You too, Mi-chan. Mion was letting her feelings get the best of her, and Rena stepped in instead and let everyone out of the nurse's office. The detective from Okinawa Station, Kurito Oishi, looked like the first impression I got from him hadn't been a mistake. Sadako's absence had amplified the vague apprehension I felt since today, and Oishi's appearance basically sealed the deal. Alright, I'll get going. I just came here for Chi-sensei. Oh, you got something to do here. Sorry for causing trouble. Don't be humble, he said, smiling easily. There was a side benefit to all this. I was lucky enough to experience so much of your soft, silky skin, Mabarkun. Puffoo! With the usual for Coach anyway parting words, he instead continued. Please excuse me, you weren't wounded badly, but please avoid pressuring your shoulders or anything along those lines. You got a high fever, it starts to swell, contact me right away, okay? I don't think it'll happen, though. Oh, that's right, Coach. Before I ever came in here, you wanted to say something about people thinking we should son or Shira-sama. He was about to leave the nurse's office. The coach placed a hand on the door, stopped immediately. Right. They think he's Oishiro-sama's servant. They're just bad-mouthing him, though. Oishiro-sama's servant? Do you know about the serial freak death incidents that occurred in Shinimazawa every year on the night of the Tantarigoroshi Festival, otherwise known as Oishiro-sama's curse? Oh good, this time we're hearing it from Irie. Because the first time, I think we got it via the newspaper and the photographer Tomitake. Second time we got it from Shion, Tomitake, and whatever the blonde girl's name is. And now this time it's Irie who's talking about it. What freak deaths? What? I thought about it. I seem to remember overhearing Eon or someone else in class talking about it like a ghost story. Yep. On the festival day in June, one person always die. Another person would be spirited away, but they seem to call it demoning away here. What a fine story that was. I figured they made it up to scare me, but if it was true... I don't have any idea who first suggested this. At some point, everyone started calling it the Oishiro-sama's servant. Why? Because the rumor goes that he decides the sacrifices for the curse every year. Whenever June comes around, Oishi-san will start paying frequent visits to Hinazawa, because Oishi has been persistently questioning most of the dead or disappeared people. 4 years ago, it was known that the victim of the dismemberment rumored to be the sacrifice had been seeing Oishi-san numerous times leading up to the incident. The sacrifice 3 years ago was Sadako's parents. Right before their accidental deaths, Oishi had apparently visited their home. The one who disappeared 2 years ago was Riki-chan's mother. And again, people know that before she vanished, Oishi-san had been talking to her frequently. The one who disappeared last year, Sadako's older brother, Satoshi too, had apparently been approached by Oishi-san many times before he vanished. And then this time Oishi-san was trying to contact Sadako. And in case people were half asleep or missed the other 2 arcs, he approached Keiichi. He approached Shion and Keiichi. And once again, he is approaching Keiichi. And wanted to approach Sadako. Let that sink in. This isn't a freaky joke. There are rumors, Mahabara-san. There's just some rumors to that effect. I had said that because of the rumors of Oishi-san being Oishiro-sama's servant, or as contacting someone foreshadowing who would be sacrificed that year. It was because the ominous hatred I felt towards Oishi was becoming something more substantiated, more real. Today Sadako, she was absent today, wasn't she? Wait, really? That looked like news to Coach. I thought maybe he'd known why Sadako was absent today, but... Then I'll get going. You should go back to the others and put their minds at ease. You're right. I will. Platter. Coach left the nurse's office and headed towards the teacher's lounge. Oh boy. Research notes. Oishi's post memo. Better left untold trophy. Oh god, there's 2 of them. Research notes! The Hojo family. Every year, Oishiro-sama's curse claims 2 victims. This means that 4 years in a row, there have been 8 now, but it's worth note to half of them have been members of this family. Note, the curse on the second year, a certain falling accident involved the death of Hojo, a dam proponent, and disappearance of his wife. She was pronounced dead following year after being considered to have vanished under perilous circumstances. The curse on the 4th year involved the death of the Hojo siblings' aunt, who was their then foster mother, and disappearance of elder brother. Except, yeah. The Hojo family is a poor one, and it's hard to say Mr. Hojo's job went very well. Apparently, upon re-employment via the family connections, there is a plan for them to return to the home of the mother's side of the family. For Mr. Hojo, the eviction due to the Hinamizawa Dam project and payment of a large amount of compensation money was essentially a windfall. Mr. Hojo aggressively accepted the Ministry of Construction's negotiations from an early stage, and stuck to others from Hinamizawa who were also dam proponents. It was rumored that he'd bought out by the Ministry of Construction for doing so, but the truth was unknown. However, the dam proponents were vastly outnumbered the minority. Yeah, then it wouldn't be a minority anymore, but I digress. Oh well. In addition, as the Sonozaki family strengthens its own foundations and promised support against the dam, all the proponents save for Mr. Hojo switched over to the anti-dam side. At this point, Hinamizawa was completely united against the dam, and Mr. Hojo was held up to ridicule as a stooge for the dam project's proponents. Yeah, Mr. Hojo probably hated the village a lot after that point. He was essentially used as a scapegoat for the anti-dam coalition. In the end, the dam project collapsed with Oishiro-sama's curse and dismemberment incident. However, punishment towards the bitter enemies supporting the dam project continues to this day. There are not many left today who supported the dam project, nor who had a negative reputation at the time. If there were any candidates left for the curse, it's the husband and wife who was just beaten to death last year, Teppei Hojo, and Mr. Hojo's daughter, Sadako Hojo. Strangely, these two are the only candidates left, with this year's curse come down on 2 of them. There is more than enough value in observing them both. So who's the one writing those research notes? Oishi's post memo. To Oishi-san, there was a call for you in Section 4 Chief's Shigeharu. Apparently, the slaughtered corpse in Oichikawa River is related to the S group as we thought. We're still verifying what happened behind the scenes, but apparently the deceased filled up dozens of self-created fictional bank accounts to their limits with money from the S group, reaching around 100 million yen. It appears there were 3 or 4 men with former S group connections involved in this. They've already disappeared along with the millions of yen. The deceased was tortured on that point for information, and she was clearly slaughtered as an example to others. There are apparently some real wizards chasing down people who disappeared. They're also spreading letters related to Yakuza groups not to harbor them. There's still no evidence that Teppei Hojo is one of those people. From what Chief Shigeharu has seen, nothing's been announced. For such a dependent, the man wasn't trusted at all. Teppei Hojo has left his apartment in Okamiya and has returned to his former residence in Hinamizawa. Oh no. If he's back home, that means he can reinstate his right as guardian, assuming, legally speaking, no one is actually after him, aside from pissed off Yakuza. Yeah, we're definitely getting into the scary bits now. Is Hojo-san staying home today too? Furude-san, do you know anything? And this is continuing. The teacher's voice wasn't critical, but Rika-chan hung her head unable to answer, and I felt really bad for her. The teacher called Rika-chan up, and they had an exchange in a hushed tone after days. At first, Rika-chan thought that Sadako's fever had grown worse, but everyone in class knew it was a lie. Because every day, Rika-chan brought Sadako's bento with her. Sadako-chan, what? I wonder what happened. Don't ask me. I'm the one who doesn't know the most of all. It's already the third day since Sadako's absence. Ever since then, I haven't felt good. Until last Sunday, everything had been so much fun, I'd reached out to Sadako like a real old brother, and we spent that time quietly but warm comfort. So why has it suddenly been flipped over? But the more I thought about it, the more I thought the world had taken a turn for the worse since Oishi arrived. Thinking on it now, maybe the strange apprehensions plaguing me that night before Oishi arrived had been a sign. Creator Oishi-sama, or Oishi-sama servant. Shit, that's impossible. They can't decide Sadako would be a curse victim this year just because he showed up. Just what sort of slip-up had I committed that caused such fun times to end so suddenly? Keiichi, have you thought for 2 seconds it's not about what you did at all? In fact, one could argue it's entirely unrelated. Yes, it was the day before Oishi appeared. Shion, Mion, and Rena had spoken to the curse surrounding Soichi and his disappearance. It was so sinister it gave me a bad premonition. Such a small thing was the slip-up that invited Oishi-sama's servant. It was absurd. I kept on groaning to myself that I would never accept it ever. Now, obviously, it wasn't the other one suppressing my feelings. Mion and Rena were too. Everyone in the class was doing it. Rika-chan knew something was up with Sadako's situation, but she wouldn't tell us. Rika-chan still had a calm attitude like a cat basking in the sun. But she was unbelievably stubborn about this whole thing. She didn't want to tell us, it wouldn't change no matter how many times we asked her. Everyone understood that, so nobody questioned her. If Rika-chan won't talk, then we just have to wait. She might not be talking because it's something not worth saying. There's no persuasive power in the reinsurance given the anxious face like that. Jeez, I'm so glad I don't have to work today, but I do have to work tomorrow. Mion was being taciturn and looked up at the sky with somehow annoyed expression. I could tell she was unhappy that Rika-chan wouldn't talk about it with her own friends, or she was concerned over Sadako's well-being. And what about me? My anxiety was suffocating me day after day. It was, if someone else were looking at me, then maybe I'd look annoyed, but like Mion did. Tap, tap. Someone tapped my shoulder. It was Tomochi-kun and Okamura-kun. Alabara-san, do you have a minute? Your ball got stuck again. You guys have to get it yourself this time. Don't rely on other kids for everything. I don't feel like going along with them, so I was just a little unsympathetic with my response. We heard a little interesting rumor. A rumor? Yeah. I thought it might have something to do with that. A rumor? Well, Sadako, they haven't said that didn't seem unrelated. They don't want to talk to the classroom, so we'll be back behind the school building leading further credence to that thought. The back of the school was damp and humid like always. Yeah, those lumps from Sunday are clear, almost fully cleared. Except for this one. It's faded a bit, but it's still there. Students didn't really want to come here because they wanted to. It might, however, be the ideal location for trading rumors away from prying eyes. To Ichiko and Okamura-kun, these rumors are about why Sadako's absent, right? We don't know if it's has something to do with that, or maybe what on earth happened to Sadako? Is she sick? Or could she be really sick, injured, or something? No, actually, it's the opposite. I heard my grandma saying that she came to buy tofu at her shop yesterday. Tomita's family runs a tofu shop. She went shopping to buy some tofu? My voice was so stupefied even I could tell. It was understandable. I was worried about what grave illness or injury he had, but when the person herself had been out and about shopping for tofu. So how was she? Did she look okay? Was she wearing a mask like she was getting better? Was she using crutches, or did she have bandages on her? No, there's no sign of sickness or injuries on her, but I should have felt relieved it wasn't illness or injury. But my anxiety was not going away, because Tomita-kun and Komurasukun's expressions weren't looking any better. Sure, I came to buy one piece of soft tofu. My grandma said it was strange. Strange? Why? What's wrong with buying soft tofu? Irritated by the roundabout way they were being, I had to desperately fight that irritation with grooving my voice. Well, Hojo and Furude live by themselves, and they don't have much money, right? So they only ever buy cheap, firmer kind of tofu. They've never bought the soft stuff. It's mostly expensive things there. Soft or hard, they're both tofu, right? Maybe she was just wanting to eat some great tofu or something. Well, maybe, but I know how transparent I sounded right then. It wasn't anything trivial. It sounds kind of important clue. Not the cheap tofu, but the expensive soft kind. Shopping in the middle of the evening after school, but the middle of the day? I couldn't figure out what those things meant. As I thought hard about it, Okumura-kun took his turn to speak. Me next. This is just a rumor, but apparently he's back. He. Who? Who's back? Hojo's uncle. There it is! Sadako's uncle. Right, I think Coach told me about him. Their aunt and uncle had been taking them in after Sadako and Sachi lost their parents in this accident. Hojo's uncle, they say he skipped town last year, scared of the Yoshiro-sama curse. He's really scary and violent like a gang member. Everything Coach told me came back in bits and pieces. Right. The mean aunt and uncle who tormented them all the time. I think he said that after their aunt was beaten to death by the deviant, he ran away to his lover's house in Okamiya in fear of the curse. Why would she be staying home from the school and shopping for soft tofu in the middle of the day just because her uncle came back? Why do you think, dude? Rika's been upset and depressed all of 3 days, and this looks like the reason why. My underclassmen clamped up and looked downward. There must have been some kind of hint buried there. Even though I didn't understand if Mion or Rena about it, maybe they'd know something. Oh, my bad, you two. You were nice enough to talk about it, and I would start hammering you with questions. Oh, no, it's okay. We know that she hasn't been in bed this whole time gravely ill. It's just worth something, right? Yes, that might be true. But it still won't. It won't make the clouds over my mind fade away. Ah! Mamoru-san, over there! Okumura-kun wildly pointed over my shoulder behind me. Startled, I turned around, and on the way on the other side of the school ground, near the school gate, I saw a figure trotting forth. It's Sadako! It's Hojo! I burst into a run faster I could speak. So as quickly as possible, I could see with my own eyes she was okay. Sadako! Sadako seemed taken aback by my shouting and running over to her. Oh, my, what is this, Keiichi-san? You look surprised with all the yelling and running. Stupid enough about me already? 3 days, what happened, Sadako? I was so worried. Oh, what a worry you weren't. It was only 3 days. You're just a worrywart, Keiichi-san. From listening to her, she seemed like a normal Sadako, but I could tell she's clearly acting strangely. Yeah, dude, it's called an act. Her smile was somehow forlorn, and her complexion was bad for some reason. Hojo, were you alright? Were you sick or something? Tsunikun and Okumura-kun both expressed their concern. I think one of them is crushing on her hard. I forget which one. 3 days. Do you know how worried I was? Oh, I do apologize. I was just giving the house a good cleaning. I used it for a rather long time, so everything was covered in dust. Huh? Sadako, what are you talking about? Why would you have to stay home from school to clean the house? Sadako didn't answer me. Instead, she passed by me and headed for the entrance. Gosh, it's nearly about lunchtime, isn't it? I'm just starving. It was certainly lunch break. I couldn't force her to stop after she told me what she wanted lunch, since she was clearly hungry. Well, whatever. Rika-chan's has been bringing her lunch for 3 days in a row. Look like you can eat it for today. Just let's go to the classroom. Everyone's mind's at ease. You're right. I suppose I must have caused everyone to worry. Oh, I'm sure it's tough being popular. Yeah, that's what it is. Nothing horrible. I put my hand on Sadako's shoulder and we ran to the classroom together. Up close, I was able to verify that Sadako looked somewhat weak. All this anxiety was supposed to go away when I saw her again. That's what I thought. But now I actually started to have quite different fears. What the heck happened, Sadako? Everyone in class, of course, reacted in the same way I had. We were worried about you. I'm glad to see you well. What were you doing for 3 days? Our classmates showered her in questions. She promptly ignored them all. I truly do apologize for the causing a fuss. Oh. As she crackled, she chowed down on her bento Rika-chan had made for her. Those in the teacher's lounge must have been informed of Sadako's arrival because our teacher sprinted to the classroom, her breathing ragged. Hojo-san! Oh, Sensei, I'm sorry for worrying you these last 3 days. See, I'm fit as a fiddle. My, I was worried about you. When you're done eating, come right to the teacher's lounge. I have a lot to talk to you about. I must be in for a good scolding for those 3 days I cut class. Sadako laughed sheepishly while she scratched her head and the rest of the class burst into laughter. The teacher was acting angry, but she breathed a sigh of relief seeing Sadako healthy and smiling as she ate her lunch and the class surrounding her. What a relief, right, Rena? Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just glad she's okay. I looked at Rena and knew she had a sense that something about Sadako was off too. I looked to see Mion's detached from the clamor as well was a somewhat grim expression. But Rika-chan, on the other hand, was smiling from ear to ear. She spread out the bento boxes one by one as Sadako finished them. Finally, Sadako was satisfied after enjoying the thorough conversation with her classmates. She didn't call to the teacher's lounge. Such a pain, but she'll get angrier if I don't go. I'll go with you. Sadako raised from her seat and Rika-chan runs over to her. I do apologize, Kei-san. I'll be right back after getting scolded. Right. I mean, I could go with you too. We're all in the comrades and scolded teacher's lounges ever since the curry incident, right? That won't be necessary. Keiichi should mind the place where we're away. Rika-chan's words were gentle, but a firm rejection was clear in her eyes. The two of them exited the hallway and walked shoulder to shoulder. After seeing them all, the class breathed with a collective sigh of relief, broke apart, and went back to their usual lunch break banter. We, however, could not go back to how we usually were. Oh. The other shoe's about to drop, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Not I, not Mion, of course not Rena. They stared at the classroom exit, and Sadako and Rika-chan had left through, their expression a distant and grim. We're all friends. Isn't that right? I've blurted out something strange, so Mion and Rena turned around with dubious expressions. I won't keep anything from my friends, so I'll tell you what I just heard a while ago. I told them the story about what I heard from Tomie-kun and Okamura-kun earlier about the tofu shop, how Sadako's uncle was apparently had come back. All at once without letting them speak, and that's all I know. So if either of you two have anything to play, know anything, please say so. I've said everything I can. I ended my sentence firmly and looked into Mion and Rena's eyes in turn. Rena stared right back at me. Her eyes didn't falter. Without even opening her mouth, I could tell she wasn't hiding anything. Her gazes turned to Mion. It's not like I was trying to keep a secret or anything. Mion couldn't even endure our silent stares and began to talk timidly as if she was guilty of something. It's just, now that you said something, Kei-chan, I guess I have to talk about it. Mi-chan, you know something? Well, I mean, I knew from the first day that Sadako's uncle had come home. That he just randomly showed up in Himazawa last Sunday. Why didn't you just tell us that? I'm sorry. My angry shout caused Mion to flinch away, looked down, and hung her head uncomfortably. Hey-chan, something to get angry about. You're scaring me, Chan. Oh, sorry, I shouted at you. I lowered my voice in apology. Mion accepted it, collected herself, and continued. According to her uncle's relationship with his lover, whom he had been with in Ika-Okunomiya, had collapsed. Without anywhere to go, he went back home to Inazawa. And on that Sunday, the day of the barbecue, her uncle ran into Sadako and brought her back to the house. Why? Did he bring her with him? Because he's a good-for-nothing parasite. He can't even cook by himself, much less do anything cleaning. But he brought Sadako back to have her cook and clean? I remember she said she'd been cleaning the house, and when I met her back at the school gate, a moment later, the pieces fell into place into the jigsaw puzzle of unease, as it should. As for now, what the puzzle depicted when I saw it from afar, I could see the answer clearly. Sadako was locked up at home and tormented into doing the housework. Those are the rumors. If you knew that, why didn't you speak up? I nearly yelled at Mion, but hastily stopped myself. Mi-chan, is that true? I haven't seen it myself, so I don't know if it's true or not. Mion looked down again and stared at the floor, growing quiet. Just like last year. Just like when they lived with their mean uncle and his wife. But this uncle is completely helpless when it comes to housework, right? If Sadako's that important, there wouldn't be any reason to torment her, would there? Keiichi-kun, I don't know what grounds you have for saying that, but you shouldn't be so irresponsible. Rena clearly and directly got mad at me. You don't know much about this, so don't talk as if you do. Yes, that's clearly what she meant. Fine then, do you know something, Rena? I don't know anything either. I didn't know her uncle had taken her to the house until hearing it just now. But the situation's different from a year ago. The situation's different. What does that mean? Sachishi-kun isn't here. Sachishi really cared about his little sister. He always stuck up for her. He was her shield, so she would be affected just a little less by their mean uncle and mean aunt and uncle's fighting. The mean uncle and Sadako-chan are the only ones living there now. Can't you imagine how stifling that must be, Keiichi-kun? He only even came back because he broke up with the woman he was staying with. Do you think a person who came back for such an unpleasant reason would be able to treat Sadako-chan kindly? She was right. It wasn't easy for you to imagine Sadako not being tormented. I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm not sorry. I'm sorry too. I sounded like I was interrogating you. How did I? How? Awkward atmosphere flowed amongst us. The three of us remained silent and just stared at the floor. Yeah. Finally, we heard the principal's bell ringing. The teacher came back with Sadako and Rika-chan on her side. Alright. We're starting afternoon classes. Class present, please. Everyone stand up! Oh, I'm sorry. How rude of me. I couldn't read anything from Sadako's vaguely sheepish expression, but given the clouded look on Rika's was squaring behind her. It was tough to laugh off the disquiet story I heard from Mion. And Urie. And Shion. Alright. First time while everyone's here, let's all have a roaring good time with the whole club. Yeah, perfect. Indeed, at times like these, the best thing to do is obviously get rowdy and scheme against one another in club activity. Just what you're waiting for. Hey, Sadako-chan, let's play. There's that game you like, wasn't there? What was it again? Doesn't matter which. Tell me. Tell me. Mion happily laughed, took a bunch of games out of the club locker, lined them up in the desk. I think this is the first time ever Mion's ever let someone else decide the game for her. I could tell she's being especially considerate to Sadako. Thinking whatever circumstances, if we could just enjoy our time together as a group, that might be a comfort for some diversion. Sadako seemed to understand her feelings too, and smiled vaguely though pleased. But her head slowly moved from side to side. I'm very grateful for your feelings are enough. There are many things I need to do, so... Even Rika-chan hung her head in remorse. Hey, whoa, seriously? All the club members are here for us. We're not planning anything? To search in the face of the enemy. What is the punishment game for that? What was the part of the club constitution that was in? Stop it, Mii-chan. We can't force her to play with us. Hey, this old man's trying to force her or anything. I just thought it'd be more fun if we were sure if we did something exciting. Really, I'm happy you feel that way. Don't worry, next time we meet, we'll see. I'll get you all caught in a gigantic trap. Sadako, while insulting us, still said she couldn't participate in the club today and apologized. She quickly put her things in her bag and pattered out into the hallway, disappearing. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Sadako. Rika-chan stared lonely at her friend, hurried home, unable to be part of the club activities. Silence filled the classroom. Both the cheerful voices in her classmates and the schoolyard, and the voices of the cicadas sounded like they were coming home from some faraway world. This is boring. The silence was broken by Mion's bitterness as she began putting the games on the desk back in the locker. Aaron just stared absently at Sadako's seat inside. Rika-chan, maybe you could tell us about it now? That is not the I want to talk about it face. Rena made as gentle a smile she possibly could and spoke softly to Rika-chan. Even though hearing from her is pretty much new to the situation at this point. Sadako's uncle had broken up with his lover and come back to home to Hinamizawa. He had taken Sadako back home and forced her to do the housework. That's all pretty much, and that all had to be pretty rough on her. I think that was common knowledge to everyone. I skipped the important part. Is it really bad? Maybe Mion and Rena wanted to ask the same question. Nobody spoke, we all just stared waiting for Rika-chan's reply. Rika-chan still didn't answer us. We were hoping her to say no, but the silence was bad enough sign. Last year, was it? It was like this when both her uncle and his wife were here, right? Yeah. At the time, they were mostly just being caught between their aunt and uncle's fighting. One of the ways they helped out was with the club by reducing her time at home as much as we could, but he's making her do the chores now, so she can't stay at school either. Shit. Sadako's not a slave. Who do you think you are, ignoring your own inability to live properly, basically putting Sadako under house arrest? And think about it, isn't it really strange? We need a lot of circumstantial evidence, but isn't this abuse? Can't we notify the police or something? You're right. If we have evidence she is being abused, we could tell the police. Hey, can't we talk to the region's welfare people about this? Ren and I kept saying police, police, as though for nothing, but Rion's response sounded like she had thought that we were being a little naive. It's easy for you to say that. Have you thought about the risks of actually getting proof? What do you mean, risks? I think it was 2 winters ago we reported it. The Child Consultation Center. We told them there was abuse happening to do something right away. You did? What happened? A person came as soon as we called. She interviewed Sadako and Satoshi about what was going on, and their uncle and wife too. I understand asking Sadako and Satoshi, wouldn't it be not so good to talk to the aunt and uncle? They said they'd base their judgment on what they heard from both sides. Great of them, wasn't it? So what did they decide to do? Wait and see. What do you mean, wait and see? The uncle really studied up on this stuff. By law, you can't call it abuse unless someone admits to assault or child neglect. They poked and prodded Sadako and Satoshi a lot, but they never left any real marks on them. They were pretty much eating 3 meals a day and had a bed. There weren't any recordings or something that could prove they'd said or done anything that caused them psychological trauma. None of the villagers had ever actually seen them be violent either. No matter how mean you are, you wouldn't act so violently in front of other people. Nobody would. Then what happened? The welfare officer apparently went to visit on the same day each week for a while. The aunt and uncle knew they were being watched, though they didn't torment them in any way that would stand out. Of course, that wasn't the end of it. I mean, they ramped up how malicious they were being. Mion sighed and nodded. Her aunt was really damn stubborn. She was one of the most spiteful people I ever known. Apparently she was doing some pretty disgusting things. Sadako was like a ragdoll that did nothing but breathe by the end of it. So what, from that conclusion, does that mean they never should have contacted child welfare in the first place? Understand, without proof of the abuse so clear anyone can see it, there's nothing we can do. In fact, it might even make the situation worse. We messed up pretty bad. After hearing that, even public organizations, the one thing that I thought was dependable couldn't do anything. Everyone hung their heads. In other words, until we had clear evidence of abuse, we shouldn't notify them anyway. Well, I mean, basically, yeah. I considered Sadako's current situation. She was brought back to her house. It was a little difficult to call that abuse. She was being tormented and forced to do the chores. How she was being tormented would be key. Without concrete evidence, it would be difficult to prove.
Oh my god. What is going on? I don't know why my phone decided to jump into a different app the whole times. All that matters, you guys have been fairly quiet on the chat.
Torment would be key. Without concrete evidence, it would be difficult to prove. She had some kind of external injury that would work. But as far as we could tell from today, she had nothing like that. Being forced to do chores, that was a bit weak, too. There had to be better evidence that she was, without a doubt, being abused. Like, I suppose you could argue she was being kept from school to clean. That could be, but... I know. Her uncle had ignored Sadako's existence for a whole year and went to live with his lover in town. Yeah, I would constitute that child abandonment, or at least neglect.
That alone could get it.
In this day and age, that alone would get it done, but... For the story, it's like 1984, so basically, they're not as strong as they are now. Didn't that fall under one of the definitions of abuse that Mia mentioned, child neglect? Yeah, it's the perfect case for child neglect. But what about that, Michan? If her uncle weren't here now, it could be recognized as child neglect. But he's living with her at the moment, isn't he? They were apart before, but he said something like he had changed of heart and decided to live with her again. And they might just wait and see again. Yeah, that's close. That's pretty much the situation right now. Once we reported it, we would need to be absolutely sure they'd interpret it as abuse. Maybe we need more concrete evidence, at least we repeat last year's mistake. Well, it's sad. It means we need to sit quietly and wait for him to be violent towards Sadako-chan and leave a mark, don't we? The only plan I can think of in the end was watching and waiting. That left me in shock when I realized it would be the same policy as that of the officials who had made the situation worse. As Mion said, reporting it to public agency would be a gamble. If we're gonna pick a fight, it might have to be one we couldn't afford to lose. If we were gambling without enough money, without enough evidence, our defeat would be assured. If we took the time to amass enough money, that could be sure of a victory, but then in the meantime, pretending we didn't see Sadako's plight for a considerable amount of time. sorry for bringing this up now, but how is Rika-chan able to live by herself? Rika-chan had lost both her parents, if you recall correctly. From what I heard, she had no relatives either. She was forced to live on her own as a result, but her life unfettered, free of restriction. She could somehow grant that freedom to Sadako, too. I mean, Rika-chan, you're living without any parents, right? Don't kids with no guardians have to go to orphanages and stuff? H-kun, that's cruel. I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm only asking because I thought maybe there was some hint to saving Sadako. Rika-chan, I'm sorry if I offended you. Rika-chan shook her head, not particularly disturbed. Well, you see, it's because I'm considered the mayor's daughter. Let me explain. The mayor, old man Kimiyoshi, is Rika-chan's guardian. He got official permission from the governor of the prefecture. Huh? So you're adopted? No, not adopted. You could be someone's guardian without being in the same family. That's why they call it guardian instead of something else, like uncle, aunt, big brother, mom, dad, cousin, whatever. Oh, I get it. Rika-chan lives by herself, but by law she's considered to live with the mayor, right? Yeah, basically. That's how Rika-chan avoids being sent to an orphanage. Actually, it would be a child and family services, not an orphanage. Eep. I don't understand the hard things, but always, she's right. Interesting you should say that, Neon. You can be someone's guardian even here in another family. Then shouldn't we have, like, the mayor or someone else become Sadako's guardian if only on paper? Then she'd be in the same position as Rika-chan. And she'd go back to her old life. Too bad it won't work. I mean, her uncle is supposedly her guardian. Wait a minute. You lost... Yeah, no. Courts decide... Unless it is an actual abuse case where it's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, usually the guardian with the blood tie is the one that wins in the end, regardless of their actual relationship with the ward, specifically, in this case, Sadako. Yeah, that's a bit of law that I know on the subject. What's a guardian exactly, anyway? In legal terms, a guardian and a parent aren't necessarily synonyms. Whoever is actually looking after her at home would be considered the guardian. And then her uncle isn't her guardian. He left Sadako by herself for so long. But if he insists he's her guardian, then that's it. It's been a few days since Sadako was taken back to her house. Her uncle's paying for her meals since then, right? Yeah, he's sort of looking after her, so he'd probably insist. Even then, he'd abandoned her for a year. He'd already look after her for the whole year before that. But the mayor doesn't have that kind of history. So then, if both mean uncle and mayor request the guardianship at the same time, the uncle would make more sense. Yeah. No, he'd have a better chance. The term guardian refers to the person actually caring for her, right? The uncle actually has a bed and food for her, but the mayor would just have to have his name, wouldn't it be even a contest? And should the mayor just start caring for her for real? He'd be her guardian name in reality if he did. We just need to shelter Sadako. That might lead to her uncle being desperate to take her back. We'll stubbornly refuse him. It won't be that easy. Sadako's a grown girl, you know. It's not like giving someone a cat. You're asking him to care for a real person. And Coach. What about Coach? Coach, I don't know, he's got a lot of money, right? He's even said it himself. If he's not a real father, Coach could become her guardian. Coach would. He'd be great at taking care of her. Stop that. Stop thinking of Sadako like a pet. All you're doing is talking about pushing her onto someone else. You need to think more seriously about the responsibility to care for another human being. Did you ask him? Did you get an actual promise from him that he'd take Sadako under his care? No, I didn't. The coach would definitely say yes. Huh, well, fine. If you consider the zero probability coach saying it was okay, then what? It still wouldn't work. He couldn't become the guardian at all by himself. Ah, that's right. Coach, didn't he say it himself? He was alone so he couldn't do it. Yeah, that's a bit of a weird spot in the legal thing. Shit, what the hell? Why is it being single such a disadvantage in society? Actually, many would argue that it is a very big advantage otherwise. And then all you could do is marry into a wealthy family, couldn't you? Yeah, that would work for a girl most days. Most guys don't have that option. Unless they're from a really rich family and they're promised to marry into another rich family. That's the only way that usually works. Is there anyone wealthy in Himazawa? I'm not sure. See, it's not simple. It's hard to adopt someone. Yeah, no kidding. I remember a friend of mine, he and his wife wanted to adopt, but they were not eligible for reasons. And they are married and together, and they live together. You can't go into thinking you'll push Sadako onto someone else just for a little while. You're being naive, Kei-chan. Shit, damn, what the hell? I'm desperately thinking about to save Sadako. And all you're saying is, no, don't you care about Sadako at all? Are you even worried about our friend one bit? What do you have to say for yourself? I didn't mean that, but it just won't be that easy, and it's not difficult of a problem. We just need to have some rich people look after Sadako for a while, that's it. What about your family, Mion? You always have a brag about how great being one of the 3 families or whatever, don't you? What you said, you must live in a gigantic house. My house? No, that won't happen. My grandma would never allow it. What about your relatives in Okamiya? I heard they're living luxury themselves. There's plenty of shops for relatives managed in town, too. Your family's basically millionaires, aren't they? No, that won't work. Going to Okamiya is just even more out of the question. My father would never let it happen, ever. Hey. Normally, you act like someone high and mighty bigwig now, and you're being all spineless. What the hell? Are you gonna sit by and watch Sadako suffer? That's no, I don't mean, but... I want to help her as much as you do, but there's a different story. How's it a different story? How can you be so cold-hearted? Your friend's in trouble. What are you doing if you don't rescue her? You're our president, our club president. Save her. Save her from this crisis. If you can't save her right now, you're not her friend. You're not even... Damn it, Keiichi, shut the fuck up! I don't know if you have any humanity left in you. Are you listening to me, Mion? My emotions all but exploded out of me, and I didn't even give her a chance to say anything in response. I had to force her. If she did, Sadako's problems would be solved. If I pushed her to solve the issue, then I'd push her as much as I needed to. Why aren't you saying anything anymore? I'm asking you, asshole. Say something, Mion Sonozaki. Me... Mion looked down at the grim face and began sobbing. Her hands clenched, trembling fists. She rubbed her eyes, wiping away the tears. Was I said actually that mean? Uh-huh. And then some. This isn't time to cry. We're in the gambling room and we have to do something to save Sadako. As I thought, Rena spoke, her voice cold and incredibly calm. Keiichi-kun, if Michan's family won't work, then what if we look for another wealthy family? I know someone in Himazawa who lives in a nice big house. Who's that? Oh, come on. You've got a splendid family. You're leaving it out of things? My family? My family is... Your friends, right? Save her, Keiichi. Michan is cold-hearted, after all. Since you're so considerate to your friends, you should lead by example. Just the 3 of you are living in that huge house, right? You've probably got plenty of spare rooms. You should give a few empty ones to Sadako, and then our worries will be over. What's this? We're done already? That was pretty quick. Oh, great. Congratulations on solving the problem. There we are, done for today. I'm going home. Hooray, hooray. Maybe I'll go treasure hunting. I haven't done that in a while. I was so worried about Sadako-chan until now, I didn't feel like going to play at all. What else I'll find today? How? Say something, will you? Why am I the only one talking? Say something, you bastard. Are you listening, Keiichi Mabara? Even the cicadas seem to cower in fear. Rena, her shoulders bobbing up and down at me, who had forgotten to breathe. Mion, whose face had gone completely pale, and Riku, who was keeping silent as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tight and stiff and petrified us where we stood. Rattle. The sound of the chairs, Rena sat back down after having stood up, finally allowed everyone in present to breathe. Rena had shown me just how much I'd hurt Mion. Rena's scary. After a few moments, Riku-chan cut into the frozen air. Yeah, I'm sorry, Riku-chan. Michan, I'm sorry to you too. I don't have to apologize to you, do I, Keiichi-kun? Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being unreasonable. Were you saying all that to me before? You said it while glaring at Michan, so I totally thought you were talking to her. Ren had such strength that you wouldn't have to imagine it real normally. All I did was spout out terrible things as a wave of violent fury passed over me. I couldn't contend with her. Mion, I'm sorry, I lost my cool. Come to think of it, I didn't understand what had gotten in me that riled. I thought of myself as Sadako's Nini, so not only had I good intentions, but I think about it a little harder than everyone else, and yet... it's okay. You were worrying with everything you had. All I was saying was that nothing would work. I'm so sorry. I did something wrong, too. Mion rubbed her tears away as the corners of her eyes with her fists apologized as well. We bowed our heads to each other and looked down with a glance at each other. Someone I don't know heaved a sigh. Sadako being tormented had been known about since last year. How had the tragedy back then saved Sadako? How had they brought it to an end? Well, they didn't. The uncle ran off. And the evil aunt died. Like, there was no actual solution beyond they left, Rika took care of Sadako, and we're back to present. Right, in the end, nobody could do anything. All they could do was bear it patiently and wait for those agonizing days to end. That's right. The one who brought an end to those terrible days was some crazy drug addict nobody knew. On the night of the Tantarigoroshi last year, their mean aunt had been beaten to death. And it hadn't been done to save Sadako or Satoshi. Right. It was really just a coincidence. Sadako's friends, we needed to do something for her most could do nothing. The incident may have been a tragic one, but from Sadako's point of view, it was nothing less than a miracle. Yes, a miracle. A miracle one could only wait for. Is waiting all we can do? Not for evidence of use, or not something that would be minor. Huh? Wait. For what? A miracle? No one made fun of me for using such a crazy word. We didn't come up with any solution, so there's only one thing we could do. We're powerless. That word Mion dropped was the finishing blow. It was hot, my body was sticky with sweat, the worst month, June. I walked forward quite a ways and turned right where the rice fields ended. I'd never come here before, so I had no idea where to go. I got lost several times, so I'd taken quite a long way around. Maybe I should have gone back home and got my bike first. It would have made everyone else worry if I'd asked them, so I asked one of our actual classmates where Sadako's actual house was. That house was originally her family's, apparently, not their uncle's and his wife's. Their house had been much bigger, so they'd taken it for themselves. Ah, right here. Several houses all in a line. Over there? I was visiting Sadako's house, but didn't particularly intend to meet her there. I didn't mean to spy on the enemy or her mean uncle either. Maybe I just wanted to be a little closer to her as her Nini. Pretty words, but I didn't know if there was any true. What Tomi-Takun and the others told me was right. This would be this house. When I recognized it, my feet grew heavy. What did I come here for? My note of coming here was absurd. When Mion said at the end that we were powerless, that made me more sort of frustrated. I just wanted to do something, anything other than waste the days praying for a miracle. That's what made me come here. But that was all. If I were a witness to her uncle's actual torment, Sadako, what could I do? Would I act like the comic book hero and punch the guy in the face, take Sadako away with me, and live together in a faraway kingdom? That's ridiculous. I'm powerless. Kay's voices, raised in chorus, sounded like they were scoffing at me. As they were saying that if I wouldn't do anything, then I should go back home. I heard a car approach, so I got out of the way. But the car stopped behind me, the horn honked shortly once. Annoyed I hadn't gotten out of the way, I looked behind me and a familiar face looked at me out the driver's side window. Coach! Hello, Mabara-san. I was expecting to meet you all the way out here. Do you live nearby? Me being here wasn't normal. Just as I considered somehow giving him the slip, I noticed Sadako sitting in the passenger seat. Sadako? Sadako got out of the car and began unloading a lot of groceries from the trunk. I happened to run into Coach on my way home from shopping. He said he'd bring me home so I could accept his offer. She hadn't been able to carry all those groceries on her bike. As Coach spoke, he pulled Sadako's bike out of the back seat where they'd put it. The grocery bags were big, and there were 4 of them. They all seemed packed with very heavy... Those bags 7 parts? Isn't that a little far to go by bike? I looked at the bags and saw they were filled with the brim with sake bottles, snacks, and they'd eat with sake, boxes of cigarettes. Their weight was one thing, but their contents were nothing less than luxury items. I made it thanks to Coach. He helped me out. It was a little difficult going up those hills. Sadako gave Coach a smile filled with gratitude, but it was incredibly awkward, even heartrending. Sadako, these groceries are for dinner tonight, aren't they? Of course not. I do not drink sake and I hate snacks. Of course I don't smoke either. He made Sadako go to a distant store by herself on her bike, so she could buy dumb shit like this. And what was the uncle doing right now anyway? He must have been working up a good sweat at this moment if he needed to send Sadako out herself, right? If not, then how much had Sadako suffered for no reason? I hadn't intended to voice my feelings, but hey, they made it into my face. Coach may have noticed because he clapped me on the shoulders. Just one of the house windows clattered open, a face of a vulgar man with very sight of what made me immediately avert my eyes and emerge from within. There was no self-introduction necessary. My gut told me that this was the uncle in question. The first thing out of his mouth should have been the words of gratitude to Sadako. Satoko! You left the heat on for the sake when you left, you half-wit! I'm sorry. You told me to go right away. You idiot! All that brewing I did for nothing! Idiot! I'm sorry. Sadako, miserable, and apologized over and over, bowing again and again. She could perfectly describe as a small animal. I had no idea what was happening. Sadako finished shopping for this heavy stuff. Wasn't even for dinner? She only managed to come back because she ran into the coach and he drove her home. If she hadn't been found by him, she surely would have been by herself, panting and moaning, pedaling the bike up the steep hill. What was with those words, those horrible, sleazy words that he said to Sadako? And what country's dictionary did telling him to say such things to a young girl who just finished shopping? My anger, of course, wouldn't reach him. The uncles displayed no interest in me, instead shouting at Coach. Oh, it isn't Dr. Irie. Hello, why don't you come inside too? We're in the last round, so you can get in right away. 100 yen for 1,000 points, anything goes. No, I'll pass, thank you. I just ran into Sadako and gave her a lift is all. I'll be leaving now. Oh, no, come on, play around. You've got a lot of money, yeah? I didn't understand what her uncle and Coach were talking about, but I knew one thing for sure. None of what he said had been to thank Sadako in any way. Sadako, could you bring us the damn snacks? And start getting those beers chilled, too. Go get us some cold ones from the fridge. Tichan, you're so harsh with her. She looks so sad. You should take better care of her. This is how I gotta treat her. She's been like this since she was with my bro. Spoil her and she ain't gonna listen to a damn thing you say, shit. Whatever it is, it's your draw, Tichan. Tsubaki-san, declare Richie too. Sorry, what are you and Richie again, Tsubaki? Looks like this wasn't just her uncle, some of his friends were over. Hey, wait, was he? No, what were they doing? Flinging rude words left and right, making Sadako shopping for your beer. What were you doing? My uncle's friends came to town, they were playing Mahjong. He told me to prepare dinner for them as well. What the hell, Mahjong? All his friends over for Mahjong? They were too busy playing, so they sent Sadako to buy them a crapload of booze from the faraway store. How would she even get the booze? Like, don't you need an ID to buy stuff, or at least someone there with an ID? And the first thing he said to her was how she left the gas on. What the hell? What does this guy think he's doing? Who could get lost in some dumb game of Mahjong and send Sadako to buy all this stuff? Even the coach listened, he pretended he wasn't. There was a line of heavy-looking shopping bags lined to the ground next to the trunk. Vara-san, you can help too, please. You're a boy, you can carry this heavy one. Coach, you're gonna let this slide? This is completely... Coach pretending he hadn't heard the violent outburst either. When I thought about it later, his reaction might have been the best thing he could do in that situation. I'll carry 2 of them myself. Come on. Help us carry them, please. The bags were packed to the brim with bottles of sake and beer snacks. Bar snacks. They were so heavy, and so filthy, so unfair. They weren't just heavy in terms of weight. They made me feel mortified. Nothing could have been heavier than that. Keiichi-san, there's no need to push yourself. I'll carry it. Sadako mistook me, biting back in humiliation and grimaced under the weight, and offered to help. Stupid, don't underestimate me. Sadako never looked down on my physical strength in the slightest. Grah. Coach, I'm sorry for you too. It must be heavy. No, not at all. Answered the coach, smiling vaguely. Coolly. I alone knew. Coach was an adult. He knew how to keep his feelings from showing. There was even more anger when I was feeling burning deep in my eyes. In his eyes. Well, haha. It is heavy. Yeah, shit. It wasn't very far to the doorstep of Sadako's house, but the bag squeezed my palms, leaving red marks. Again, how the fuck was Sadako supposed to carry all that from that store on a little crappy bike? Fury welled up in me and the back of my throat stung. But even all that came gushing out, I wouldn't solve anything. So, I just tightly gripped my teeth as much as I could. Really, thank you so much, both of you. Really helped me here. I carried them back to the door, and Sadako said that was enough. Occasionally we heard repulsive laughing from her uncle and her. I think that should be his friends from within, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense grammatically speaking, because this certainly does not make sense. The uncle's male. And my insides would seethe. I knew they weren't ridiculing us, and that was what made me so mad. They made Sadako shop for this heavy, selfish stuff. They ignored her and laughed amongst themselves as they pleased. It was deeply aggravating. To be fair to Sadako, being ignored would probably be a godsend at this point. Of course, the coach had felt the same way, but he accidentally let his feelings slip onto his face. He'd only caused Sadako more worry. He knew all that and spoke coolly as if he didn't care. Not at all. I'm happy I can be a little help you. If anything else I can help with, please tell me. Yes. I really am happy to have felt that way. That he feels that way. Those words were sad. Sadako herself was sad and resigned. We could only help her so much. But she was right. No matter how much Coach or I wanted to help Sadako, this was as much as we could do. I felt absolutely ashamed at not having the power to help her any more than this. Burning, boiling emotions were bubbling up in me, rising in my throat. Trembling all over, I started to cry from my fury. Me too. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll help whenever you need, so hang in there. I wanted to at least give her those trite words, saying that I'd help her whenever she wanted. Yes, thank you very much. I just came all the way here when you didn't need to. Sadako seemed to have guessed what I was doing in a place like this, but when my house was in the opposite direction from school. Alright. You two should get going. They're drunk right now, so there's no telling what they'll get mad at you for. She felt guilty getting us involved after we helped her. Because she only was the only one to suffer this misfortune. That's how it looked and it hurt. I had my supermarket bag over to Sadako, and then I noticed on the back of Sadako's hand, there was something that looked like a bruise. Hey Sadako, what the heck is that bruise? I knew as much as anyone how transparent that sounded. I didn't need to hear from Sadako to know how this bruise came to be. I just slipped on the stairs and hit a little. Please pay no mind. You're lying. Coach nudged me in the back, and then he put his index finger to his mouth, chided me for being so loud. Wait, thank you so much. Until tomorrow. Hope we can see each other at school. It's not what I'm talking about. I asked how you got that bruise in your hand. Ow! The little evening glow finally got to a point where I could see the other concealed oval-shaped bruises, traces of swelling. On her neck, on her legs, and other places too. I fell down the stairs. Ho ho ho. The very moment my violent, rampaging emotions were about to burst out of my throat, I found my mouth tightly clamped down on. Coach was pressed on my mouth from behind, wrapping me tightly with his hands. So that I couldn't say anything. I could only groan, which I did. That was all I could do. I needed to expel all the magma sitting deep into me, but otherwise I'd surely explode in a million pieces at that very moment. So I groaned. From my mouth, from my whole body. All the heat fell in drops from my eyes. I groaned and I groaned and I groaned to the point of exhaustion. I wrung absolutely everything out of myself. Even having lost my voice, I still was wringing it out. I understand how you feel, I really do, Mabaru-san. Please just endure it for now. Please, I'm asking you, Mabaru-san. Endure it for now, and then what, huh? What happened to her, what happens to her, Sadako? Her body, her mind was wounded, and she was made to suffer like this. Can you not even let me howl in vain at it? Is that it, Coach? Are we this powerless? So powerless we can't even fucking scream from the bottom of our hearts? The voices of the Higarashi made me calm down. How long I've been. Sadako abruptly gave a slight bow. Thank you very much, Keiichi-san. Sadako! You look like my real Nini just now. My real Nini may not be here anymore, but I have another Nini named Keiichi-san. Yeah, you got it. I'm your Nini. When you're in pain, I'll help you no matter what. Your Nini will rescue for sure. Sadaji Hojo, you fucking idiot! Not now, then. When? Sadako, she's never been in more pain in her life. If her Nini didn't save her now, then when will he? Why do you run away? Why do you abandon her? Why do you leave Sadako behind? I have any right to call her Sadako's Nini. I won't run away. Huh? I definitely won't run away. I won't run away and abandon you like Sadashi did. No way. I will not abandon you. Slip. Tears trickled from Sadako's eyes. She narrowed her eyes in a smile. Goodbye, Nini. Sadako took her right hand and awkwardly waved me. I'll be all right. My name Nini now helped me so much, so I'll be okay. I'm gonna rest until tomorrow. I'll be okay. So, this is goodbye. There's no way I can say bye and see you tomorrow. Then from the deep in the house came a throaty, disgusting voice. Sadako, can you bring us the stacks already? Okay, Nini, get going already. I'll be fine now. Hurry. Okay, let's go, Mabaru-san. Staying any longer than this would be a bother to Sadako-chan. Coach, Nini's house is a little far away. I'm sorry to ask, could you take him home? Yes, I'll do that. Coach grabbed me by my collar and with strength I couldn't imagine him having, started dragging me away. I forgot to read that. And I was unable to oppose him starting getting further away from Sadako. Okay. She gave her hands to us, expression still dark, and disappeared. Through the back door. Coach got into the car first and turned around a narrow path, brought us to the passenger side of the door around for me. I know how you feel so well it hurts. No, I think I understand it more than you do. Right now, just for now, please endure it. She understood exactly how you feel, so please endure it. If you don't, I know already. I'm sorry, thank you for before. I meekly got in the passenger seat. The car accelerated quietly, and Sadako's house grew further and further away in our rear-view mirror. I made a wide turn, I couldn't see the house anymore. Huh? Is your house that far away? It's in the other direction from the school, isn't it? I didn't bother to reply. I would have been hard-pressed to give him an answer as to why I was at Sadako's house. Coach didn't say anything even more either. For a while, the two of us were silent, and the only sound from the gravel sprang on the road as we drove. Our house, Rena said things were different from last year. At the time, she had Satoshi with her. Satoshi protected Sadako. So that last of the sparks fell onto her. And now Satoshi isn't here, yes. That's the unfortunate truth. Coach seemed to understand what I meant when I said that. It's a terrible, sad, cruel story. But there's a limit to our resolve, our efforts, and our assistance. It sounded like an excuse, but he was right. Even if Coach and I wanted to be the people Sadako could depend on, that was all in and out the front door. No matter how much I shouted I would be her Nini. No matter how much I shouted that I wouldn't abandon her. No matter how much Sadako called me Nini. I couldn't do it any more than I did. Where on earth could Sadashi have gone? Right now, Sadashi was another story. Her actual brother, Sadashi, was in a position to affect her far, far better than we ever could. That was the cold, sad truth of the massive gulf between Sadashi and X. Again, I feel like that should be a different phrase because there was a mistranslation, obviously. I wonder, what was he doing lately? Well, if he could act, he would. The fact that he isn't means he can't. And there's a damn good reason for it. Sadashi left home. I don't know why, but maybe it's because of Shiro-sama's curse, or he disappeared, or something. In any case, he wasn't beside Sadako now, and at the time Sadako needed him to protect her most, he wasn't here. Why wasn't he here? Sadako needed him now more than ever. A lot of people talked about Shiro-sama's curse, but the only thing I could say is that he ran away. One of my friends said one day he just never came back. He ran away without even leaving so much as a note for his sister. Sadashi had been doing part-time jobs as well. A lot. At the time, Sadako really wanted that huge stuffed animal. It ended up costing a lot, so he was doing all sorts of part-time jobs in order to afford it. He felt so strongly about it. Everyone was whispering about how he at least wanted to get his sister a nice birthday present since she was being made to live such a pitiful life with her uncle and his wife. And in the end, he didn't use his savings for a birthday present for Sadako. Satoshi Kon disappeared and the police looked long and hard. They found out Satoshi had withdrawn all his savings himself on the day he left. After checking all over, they began to think that maybe he used his savings to go to Tokyo. Tokyo for what? Again, all I could say was he ran away. I just gotta check something. Could be an important message. Oh, okay. Do from... Okay. Yay. Okay. Get rid of that so it's not on. Wait. There we go. Okay. Back to the stream. He was that selfish? How could you just leave Sadako behind? If he's gonna run away, at least he should have brought Sadako with him. Even then, Coach was still calm. He wasn't trying to pour any oil on a fire of my anger at all. He just waited until my anger naturally subsided. After listening to the gravel being crushed underneath the wheels for a little while, Coach spoke abruptly. Please understand. Sadako-chan left behind arrived at the same conclusion. I'm the burden on my brother. That's why he abandoned me. He didn't take her with him when he left. How terrible must Sadako felt being betrayed by her brother she loved so much. But Sadako-chan was a very strong person. Of course she had the support of close friends too, but that's how she regained her smile. I recall how Sadako had spoken of Satoshi so brightly when I was eating dinner with her Rika-chan a few days ago. At the time I didn't think any more of it, how pleasant their sibling love must have been. Now that I did think about it, I realized it was like she was peering into the distance from atop a pile of tragic perseverance. She said Sadako-kun would come back for sure. Satoshi-kun would come back for sure. That when he did, he wanted him to see how she was no longer a bird. Sadako is not a bird. She's way better at day-to-day living than me. She can do pretty much anything. I mean, she might fall behind Renner or Rika-chan in certain aspects, but she's way more of an adult than most people. That's the result of her working so hard so she'd know when Satoshi would come home. Her efforts were painful. While she lived with Rika-chan, Rika-chan taught her how to handle everything flawlessly, also she welcomed back Satoshi at any time, so she could show him she wasn't ashamed. So when is Satoshi going to come back? I asked Coach, but he knew he wouldn't be able to answer. In any case, Satoshi ran away. He left Sadako, ran away from Hinamizawa. Someone said when you leave Hinamizawa and run away, oh sure, some curse gets to you, right? And that makes sense. Satoshi running away and his disappearance, that would obviously mean people thought it was the curse, right? And they could smile, as though it were his own fault, as though he got what he deserved. Hey, Arishiro-sama, wherever you are. Satoshi didn't finish because he ran away. You demoned it away with your curse, didn't you? If that's not what happened, then I could forgive him. When did Satoshi run away? The night of the Tantarigoroshi festival last year. With their uncle killed by that deviant, it was a few days after that. On Sadako-chan's birthday. On Sadako's birthday? Dang, I slammed my hand on the dashboard in front of me with all my might. Satoshi, of all days, he could have chosen to run away. Their Jahan just died a few days before that, didn't she? All your days of suffering were about to end, weren't they? We were just about to start thinking of a new life, weren't you? It's wrong to be happy with someone dying, but for Sadako and her brother, her birthday had come at a critical turning point. Their mean uncle had fled town, and siblings would be left alone. They should have been happy about that on Sadako's birthday. Sadako was probably waiting for her brother to return the whole time, waiting for her brother to return when he never did. Waiting with a bated breath for her brother to return. Her hopes and dreams of a new life to come and growing ever larger. This is what sucks about this section specifically. I know the truth of what happened to Satoshi, but I can't say it. And it's sad that the perception for the characters' perspectives is this, even though it would have been the most likely scenario, but I already do know the truth, so that's why this section hurts. No matter how long she waited, he didn't come back. He couldn't even contact her. Sadako, trembling in anticipation of a great present, just when would she be able to face the cold, terrible truth? Satoshi, you fucking idiot. Who says Satoshi had anything to do with it? Who says he willingly went? I could feel my blood rising in my head in my anger at Satoshi. I was frustrated. I was aggravated. I couldn't forgive him. Sadako still respected and adored her brother, and yet he so heartlessly betrayed her. Such a person wouldn't just come back. Such a person wouldn't just come back now when she was most needed. Yes, no one would protect her. Not even her real big brother Satoshi. So when she started to see you as her beanie, I was happy. Huh? I prayed for Sadako-chan's happiness as well, but I have a position in society and job to every day. I still have little time that I can devote to Sadako-chan. But you're different. You go to the school with her. You're closer to her and to Satoshi's age. You're close to Satoshi's age group. I know you think you can do only so much, but you're in a position where you could give Sadako-chan a hand much better than I can. So I want you to help her enough for both of us. That's what I wish for. But that's, Coach, you could... Of course, with my job skills, there's plenty of things I could help her with. In the same way, there's things only you can do for her. What I want to say is we should both perform in every way we can. Is that a little too complicated? Coach added that. I shook my head in response. When I heard him say he had job skills, it reminded me that he was an adult in a different position from all of us. I should ask him about it. Oh, Coach, do you know a lot about laws? No, I know even less than the average person. Why? Really? I thought I knew less than the average person, but I kind of know these laws better than he does. Mind you, I know the current take in Canada. I don't know how much it'd be different from 1980s Japan. I thought back to when I argued with Mion and others about Sadako. Our children argument had only left us with the conclusion that we had to watch and wait and see, but what would an adult think? Was it the child welfare law as an emergency measure to secure safety of juvenile? They may force him or her to separate from the parents. They can do that, so then we could rescue Sadako from her uncle right away. Sadako-chan might not want that. Unless the person being abused wants shelter anyway, it doesn't go that far. Sadako doesn't want it? Why? Coach didn't answer me. I don't know why he didn't. It was clear as day that Sadako's uncle was being violent and treating her like a slave, so then why? I clamped down on my frenzied emotions, waiting intently for Coach to answer. Yeah, you need Sadako to admit to the abuse before you can do even anything. That's the problem. And she's kind of in this case of, if she just ignores it and just powers through it, she will be seen as strong and, you know, the thing she wants to be. When in truth, all she's doing is abusive relationship, get worse and worse. But he never did. It wasn't like he was pretending he hadn't heard me. If I had to say, it's more like he wanted to explain but couldn't put it in the right words. Sadako-chan probably thinks this is abuse is a trial. There we go. A trial? This isn't some weird religion we're talking about. You might know this, but Satoshi-kun always looked out for Sadako-chan. Just relied on him. Almost as though she was utterly dependent on him. I known for a while that Satoshi had always protected Sadako from their aunt and uncle, but that was his duty as an older brother, not something to be worried about. I think that may have traumatized her. Maybe she figured that depending so heavily on her brother, she made him hate her. And for Sadako, the current situation was a retelling of the story a little over a year ago. But this time, Satoshi wasn't there, so I believe that now, she thinks something like this. She wants to overcome this trial by herself without relying on anyone else, and that if she doesn't grow strong, Satoshi will never return. Now that he mentioned it, Sadako never said a word about how hard it has been before. I figured she'd been threatened not to talk about it, but I talked with everyone who were wondering if we should report it to Child Consultation Center. I have heard that the social worker was visiting Sadako last year, yes. In the end, they decided to wait and see. We thought maybe that made her get tormented even more. That was apparently Sadako reported it herself. As a result, the abuse worsened, but was kept out of sight. She was under even more torment, and the burden on Satoshi for protecting her rose considerably. Could Sadako... She wouldn't be thinking it's her own fault for reporting, would she? Coach nodded quietly. Sadako-chan would probably either hate it if you suggested reporting the abuse, or feign courage and say you didn't need to. Even if you reported it in secret, she'd probably insist on to the social worker so that she wasn't being abused. Yeah, that's the real problem. Sadako always acts tough and doesn't readily admit defeat, so I can imagine that very easily. There is strict limitations on these emergency measures. The Children Consultation Center would need permission from both court and the concerned party. If the abuse was known to the public, they could forcibly shelter her even if he denied it. For Sadako-chan, that would probably mean losing. This isn't about winning or losing, it's real life. Sadako, she's back on topic. One could argue she's being childish because she is a child. That's the problem. Back on topic, after you placed her under your protection, she'd be sent to a childcare institution or the like. Basically, you wouldn't be able to see her anymore. And she would basically be living there. Or do you mean to move? So it would mean moving away. With that change in residence would come to change in schools too. That, changing schools, it has to be done. That's what it takes for her to be safe. Sadako-chan understands all those things. All the more reason for her not to want it. Why? Because Sadako-chan's reason for living is wait at that house for Satoshi-kun to return. She was a husk of an empty shell after being abandoned by her brother. How do you think did she find her reason for living? Looking at it from Sadako's point of view, rather than your own. I felt like he was trying to confuse me with that heart. No, it's just straight up use your empathy, dude. Round way of talking is so unique to adults. The point was, you couldn't do anything about Sadako wanting to stay in that house. And that I should watch until she gives in. In the end, no matter what is said, Coach himself was saying to wait and see. I don't understand. What? If I feel that Sadako's really in danger, I would report it without asking anyone's opinion. I might not be happy with the result, she might hate me for it, but I believe that would ultimately be what brings Sadako happiness. Coach turned to me, eyes fixed on my eyes. It was written all over his face. He was shocked at what such a young kid had just said. Why would you go that far? Coach, no, rather, normal adults might not have understood. So I taught him the creed and values I believe in. Sadako's my friend. I'm Sadako Genie. Isn't that enough for a reason? I stared at him with a will strong and unbreakable as the steel of his eyes betrayed a tiny bit of unrest. No, of course that's enough. We were silent for a little while until we finally... Coach said only one thing. Don't we make a promise? Didn't we make a promise? I'm sorry, what? That we weren't going to ever let Sadako cry? We made a vow on that day on the barbecue party. I don't think about it hard at all, but Coach and I still made the promise. We wouldn't even let Sadako cry. I'd argue you failed that promise. Coach gave a dry grin of regret, immediately apologized for not remembering. One way or another, when he grinned like that, it made me think of his enthusiasm for saving Sadako. It was a tiny bit smaller than mine. He lightly hit the brakes, making a skid noise and leaned forward. Would that be your house there? Or right? Mabara-san, you live at the Mabara residence, wouldn't you? Before I knew it, we were almost to my house. See new tips, case 31. Plain to see, met someone's relative. Oh good, there's only one this time. Case 31. December 1st, 1981. Prefectural Juvenile Welfare Division report. Do not view, do not duplicate. Case 31, November 20th. Sadako Hojo, something 8 years old. Residence, Hinazawa Village, Shishibone. Consultation, circumstances. Anonymous telephone SOS of child abuse. Abuse situation. Anonymous claims that a female child is suffering physical abuse by adoptive parents, her guardians. Yeah, but this is probably one of the sadder arcs in the series. And then... I know what arc is after in Chapter 4. It's the Satoshi arc, where we discover what happened to him and why he's not here to protect her. And then we go to the actual solution arcs, where we get a much brighter endings and more information on what's going on. Anonymous claims the female child is suffering physical abuse by adoptive parents and her guardians. Family structure, circle mark abusers, adoptive father, adoptive mother. Older brother, child in question, does not have the mark on it. Note, in June 1980, the children's parents died in an accident and she was given to her uncle on her father's side, her father's younger brother. Child consultation center response. On the day of the anonymous telephone consultation, the center called child's school, asked about her situation. The next day, the welfare officer on duty visited the child's home and heard what they had to say. Both adoptive parents agreed to the center's coaching. Contact Anti-Abuse Network in City. As part of this suggested coaching, a district welfare officer in the area began visiting for coaching at fixed intervals. The scrawled note below stapled the report relating information from former official Mr. W. Referred to 1977 document E2-3 number 44 as Chief Investigator F from City's Education Consultation Office, he is well informed about it. Yeah. Basically, the aunt and uncle gamed the system more or less, and just hid their abuse much more easily. It looks like asshole uncle is slipping on that currently, so we'll see how well that goes. This one. I went home and washed the day's sweat off in the shower. Normally I could reset everything by taking the shower and forgetting all the bad things. Oh, if only showers were that easy. Had that effect on me. But that didn't happen today. I got out of the shower, find fresh underwear and placed neatly in that laundry basket. I didn't stop to think about it. Today I felt happy in my mother's consideration. At the same time, however, I made me realize how much Sadako must be suffering. At the very moment, I appreciated this gentle kindness. Sadako might be being bruised by her uncle's cruel words. Might be. Where's this might be coming from? I went up to the second floor, shut myself in my bedroom. Then facing my desk, I folded my arms. I gotta go get some water. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Just had to grab something to drink. We thought we could just get a public agency to intervene right away if the problem would be solved. Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way. But with what Coach said, I didn't think it'd be so easy. Sadako was obstinate that she would stubbornly deny the abuse and try to endure it. And that was an act of atonement towards Satoshi, who had protected her before and then ran away. As long as she thought that way, the situation wouldn't be so simple. But earlier, before Coach, I made a clear declaration. If I thought Sadako was in danger, I would do what I had to. And that end, that meant I was just going to wait and see too. Nevertheless, I thought I'd drawn a clearer line than Coach or my friends had. If the time had come, I would report it. Over the phone. Given Sadako's personality, she might criticize me if she found out, but I believed it ultimately the best decision. Wait, Keiichi Marabara. Would that really be all it took for the problem to end? No, you were expressly told by multiple people that would not be the end of it. Why else did you think none of them has ever done it beyond that initial year that they tried? In fact, they fucking failed at it. That's why they warned you not to. Say that I reported it to public agency like the Child Consultation Center. What if they stuck to their wait-and-see attitude like last year? Last year they decided to do just that, and the situation improved temporarily, but then in the end, thinking yourself a laughingstock increased your torment in secret. In the end, things began more underhanded than ever before. This year, it was her uncle. I had to see him first for the first time today, but the man seemed more direct, much more violent than the word underhanded could imply. He wasn't like their aunt. No, not that subtle. He was way more direct. He might also assault her with punches and kicks. That could easily be discerned from bruises and such I saw on Sadako's body. I'm glad he picked up on that. Because if he hadn't... Oh boy, Keiichi's a bigger idiot than I thought. Shit, you're too naive, Keiichi Maebara. However heroic it might seem to report what was happening, it doesn't save her. Then it doesn't even mean anything. Reporting things to the public agency was only one option, leaving everything to them would be dangerous. We need something more to guarantee Sadako's safety. I scratched madly at my head, thinking, then tilted back, wanting at least a little bit of calm. But the memories of angry arguing with my friends today came to mind. I was embarrassed that I hadn't realized until Rena said something. She was right. My house was big. Compared to all the houses in Straw Hat groups in Himazawa, it was really big. We did actually have empty rooms. I never thought we were that affluent, but also never that we were poor. I just didn't admit it because people would think I was arrogant. My family really is wealthy. We had a few rooms we could lend to Sadako. The guest room was only in use when people related to my dad's job come over and stay over once in a while. Plus, if we cleaned up a few rooms my dad could use for storage, they could work for her as well. As for food expenses, that might have been a more serious problem than a kid like me could imagine. Lunch every day would be manageable. All our friends would just have to bring a little bit more for lunch than they usually did. With everyone packing into everybody else's anyway, it'd be manageable. For breakfast and dinner, though, that would be up to Mom. I would even convince her to lend Sadako more than just a room. Of course, I didn't even think of convincing her that'd be easy. But how much did it cost for one person to eat? Maybe tens of thousands of yen per month? Not quite, but I'd say 10 to 20 person if it was me. You couldn't, well, daily. Couldn't complain about it if I shuddered that, could they? I only had 10 or 20,000 yens in savings, but it was something. I actually had more than I think, thanks to New Year's gifts and stuff, but my parents had taken all that and put it in a fixed time deposit. If I could get access to that, it should add to a lot more money. If I got that far, Mion and Rena would need to share some of the burden. Of course, that didn't seem likely to work either. Rena got mad at me, didn't she? About how I shouldn't just shove responsibility onto others. I have to ask for help, even so I'd basically be saving her myself. Would I follow through with it? Oh, but it wouldn't be for food expenses. There's lots of things you couldn't do without, like baths and laundry. My mom was awfully strict about cutting our inefficiencies for once that it was troublesome. She made make reference to money to you would be cost for detergent Sadako would use for their own clothes. I couldn't think about food expenses. I need more money. Hey, wait, Keiichimabara, since when was all this about money? If you could afford it, you would need your parents' permission first. They'd be looking after a young girl for a really long time. What would you say to persuade them? Just calm down a little bit. Isn't that literally the same reasoning that Mion put down, which was, I doubt my father or my grandmother would actually allow that? How much luck do you think you'd have with your parents there, Keiichi? And realize right away that you can't. Even if you ask them seriously, they would just tell you to call the cops. If you manage to gain their empathy, why should the Mabara family have to shoulder all the burden by itself? That's what would happen. That was it. It was very sad and very frustrating, but no matter how much I wanted to help. Oh yeah, why do you think adoptions are so frickin' stringent? You have to have the right means to take care of the child. You have to have preferably a husband and wife couple that can't have kids looking to adopt in the first place. You have to have good credit scores, good tracks, everything just to be eligible. Very sad, very frustrating, but no matter how much I wanted to help, my resolution alone couldn't save anything. Are kids, are they really this powerless? To be fair, dude, a lot of adults are that powerless too. I felt frustrated. I believe my feelings were stronger than anyone else's. I even thought they were stronger than Coach's, and yet... At that point, there were 2 knocks at my door, and my mom was poking her head. Were you awake? I've been calling for dinner for a while. Oh yeah, I'm coming. As someone finally managed to depend on his parents, I shouldn't say this, but I just sat down doing nothing and food suddenly appeared. It felt like natural to me that I'd be shameless as a thought, as the responsibility of parents who gave birth to me. When I realized that natural thing was actually a privilege, it is, I came to realize how hard it was to grant that privilege to others. Yep, again, if I don't cook for myself, order something, or otherwise get dinner, lunch, and breakfast ready, I don't eat. That's how adulting works. Even boring meals in front of me is no better than it ever was. Had more meaning than that tonight. There was food for 3 people on the table right now, for Dad, Mom, or for me. I couldn't imagine how hard it was to add another place to that table. Think, Keiichi. Barbara, if it was hard to make food for 4 people, then think about how 4 people could eat food make more for 3. Oh. I changed around the way I thought, and with that I began to consider the unthinkably bold plan. That's right. I didn't need to get my parents' permission. She should live here in secret. This is a terrible idea. I got upset when I found it a while ago, but I remember right. If you climb out a window, then shoot down the first floor on the gutter, you can go in and out of the house directly from my room. Sadako's physical ability far surpasses my own. This reminds me of a Boy Meets World episode, where this kind of thing did happen, and it turned out only to delay the problem rather than fix it. And to be fair to the girl, she was a teenager at this point, so she was able to move more easily between places. I hadn't even thought about it, but living here secretly was actually a necessity. And now you're thinking like a child. All I have to bring Sadako to my house when the publication says they would wait and see. In other words, if Sadako's uncle continued to be her guardian, if in such a situation were got out that she was here, her uncle would barge in and drag Sadako back with him. Her uncle was her rightful guardian, so my parents would hand her over without argument, no doubt. So I need to keep it a secret that she was living here. If it needs to be a secret, then having my parents' help would mean a lot, but it ought to deceive your allies first, like they always say. Again, that's only if you're ferreting traitors and spies. That doesn't work for everything. Okay, persuading my parents was an unrealistic proposition, so I searched for a way for her to live here and see. Again, if this were an option, Mion or Shion could have easily done this themselves. God, Keiichi, you're an idiot. When I was around, she would just always have to be really quiet in my room on the second floor. How's that different from how she's being treated right now? Dude, you're not helping. If she's hiding from her uncle, then she shouldn't go to school. I'd be lonely, but not going would be a better option. I can easily teach. Again, Keiichi, you're not dealing with the actual problem. I can easily teach Sadako stuff she learns in her grade, and actually during school, I mostly help the other younger kids rather than just studying my own stuff. That's not a good thing! During the day, I would need to go to school, so I would be at home. My parents respect my privacy now that I was at this age, but they wouldn't go sneaking around in my room while I was gone. My parents never respect my privacy. Ever. Closest is they never come around my apartment unless I'm warned like an hour or two before. I think she'll hold herself up in my room and be okay, right? My parents did come thanks to where the second floor was. She could hear their approach from the sound of them coming up the stairs. And there would be little time before they got up all the way, I estimated a few seconds. She would be able to hide herself in the closet. That never works! Wait, Keiichi. Something doesn't make sense. If she could go to school, then what would she do for lunch? Calm down already. I could just leave her in my own lunch. Couldn't I? I should just go to school without a lunch. Get everyone else to split theirs with me. Again, you're not being realistic, dude. Even if you managed to con Sadako into this, she would never go for it. Damn. There. No more contradictions and oversights, right? On breakfast and dinner, I could somehow get her without breakfast. But I can go with 2 meals a day when I sleep in on Sundays, after all. Every night I pretend though I had a bigger appetite than asked for bigger helpings. Then I could somehow give part of it to Sadako. As a test, I sit from my seat and with my plate fishing. What's wrong, Keiichi? Sit down and eat your food. Well, I'm kind of out of the good mood right now. Could I eat up in my room? You'll make a mess. Eat dinner at the dinner table. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, wait. I tried to take away one plate of fish and they're ganging up on me. In reality, it was impossible for me to smuggle food away with my parents knowing about it. But it must have been worth taking the time to think about it. There must be some trick, some method to avoid them realizing. I can't think of it one day. Maybe I can think of it tomorrow. My appetite was rapidly fading, so I finished early and went back to my room. I went back there, tried to think about something from Sadako's point of view. For example, let's say my parents came up the stairs right now and I gotta hide. I opened the closet. Clatter, clatter. Didn't open quietly. Hey, wait, didn't it always open real smooth and quiet? Why was it suddenly doing that? What is this faulty house? Had it already gotten old or something? Or was it just putting enough work into it? Could I plaster it the wax, or... The sound itself made it soft, but it left me uneasy as whether my parents would detect it happening when they climbed the stairs. But this was an easy problem. I could do something about it. I had fixed up a little, or didn't make any noise anymore. Now I closed the closet as though I'd successfully hid. I basically always left my futon on the floor. Again, dude, where would she sleep? I don't think his parents wouldn't notice someone living in another room. I can't think of any real reason my parents wouldn't want to go into my closet. Even so, there still might be a reason they would. I may need to construct some sort of camouflage she wouldn't be able to notice even if they did open up. Or if she worried about it, the less she would actually hide, meaning even more likely they'd hear a noise. And then I suddenly had to go to the bathroom. The bathroom. I need to use the toilet, so obviously yet so fatal flaw. The only bathroom is on the first floor. It would be absolutely impossible for her to use without my family realizing it. I might need to set up a portable toilet like a chamber pot, I guess. Dude. Dude, you're screwed no matter what. Sadako would hate it, so would she could go in my room. But the stench would be terrible. Anyone sensitive would probably notice it without coming into the room. Again, there's a reason chamber pots fell out of fashion a long-ass time ago, dude. You could take a bath when my parents are out, but I couldn't do anything about the toilet. When was her stomach start to hurt if my parents were lazing around downstairs and she'd be in trouble? So I noticed I've been clawing at my head with both hands. I sat down in the dark closet with my knees against my chest. I buried my face in them and tore up my hair. The more I thought of it, the more contradictions popped up. The more I thought, the more things failed. The more I worried, the more I was reminded how little power I actually had. My back started to hurt from staying in a cramped space for so long. If I was to shelter Sadako, I would need to force her to feel this pain. To live in such a dark, narrow, suffocating place forever. Wouldn't that be just as bad as what she's getting through right now? Like, really? But it'd still be better than being abused by her uncle. Or so I would think. It got hard to breathe, so I gave in and crawled out of my closet. I looked at the clock and my surprise, it was 3:30 in the morning. I had felt so little time, so it was so unbelievably long. When I realized that I slammed with a terrible urge to sleep at the time that had only caught up with me. I didn't have enough strength to fight it. I fell flat on my futon. So I couldn't go to sleep like this. If I was wasting time, I'm taking the same weight and see attitude that Mion and Coach and everyone else did. Oh God, no. I need to keep worrying about how to rescue Sadako for a minute, or in a second longer than everyone else. Great virtue signaling, dude. I'm sad that this is what a lot of our society has become. It is pathetic. Is there a better way? Just one phrase I spoke to myself swirled around in my spiral, and I suddenly took over my entire mind. For my last moment of consciousness, I thought, there's a lot of blind spots in what I considered last night, and I absolutely wasn't wrong for having those ideas. Tomorrow I suggest just a bold plan to the others. Ian might be able to help somehow, and Rana was really sharp, so I might have a good suggestion. Above all, we need to rescue Sadako once again with everyone's help. I feel pathetic for letting myself fall asleep. Sorry, Sadako. Again, there's a reason it was just Satoshi helping her, and why you never asked the other three for help. The ceiling blurred into view as a leprechaun told me to burn things. It was hot. There was a thin layer of moist and sweat on me. The voice of the cicadas permeating my room was somehow grating my head. Whoa, today's not Sunday, is it? I remember today was a weekday, and quickly brought myself to consciousness, and finally leapt out of bed. The clock read a little before 10. It was totally late. When I wandered downstairs, my mom would get mad at me. There was nothing I could do, though. After reviewing the schedule for the school day for a moment, I suitably rearranged the stuff in my bag. I hurried, got dressed, and went down to the stairs. There was no sign of my parents anywhere. Maybe they were out somewhere together. So that's how it was. Mom had probably woke me up once this morning, but then I fell back asleep without remembering. My parents thinking I'd gone to school left. Something like that probably happened. I went to the front door as I expected. It was locked. Locked looked like I was right. It was further evidence of my speculation being correct. When I realized my parents weren't here, and I suddenly felt less like I had to rush to school. There was one portion of the breakfast left in the dining room table, probably mine. The milk they poured in had gone warm. I realized how hard it would be to sneak food for Sadako yesterday. I had cried. Thinking back on it, food wasn't the only issue in that regard. I wasn't in a position where I could bargain for Sadako by myself anyway. It's such a heavy thing to save a single person. I'd seen this on TV and in comics all the time. Those feel-good words about how you'll save your friends for sure and such and such. Was that why I ran my mouth like that, swearing to save her because I wanted to feel good about it? No, that absolutely wasn't true. Because the fact I couldn't save her, because I didn't want to think like an adult, like I couldn't do anything but watch. Had Sadako gone to school today? I didn't realize that was a meaningless question. Whether or not she did, there wouldn't be any change in the environment she's been placed in. If I couldn't save her, no one else could. Then we can only pray for a miracle. Are we so powerless? With a vague goal of getting to school in mind, I sluggishly put on my shoes and stumbled out of the front door. Had I only slept by 2 or 3 hours, the sunlight and air felt completely different from how they usually were in the morning. Well, of course they did. Once 10 o'clock came around, you could barely call it a morning anymore. I don't feel like walking the same route to school. I need ultimately to end up there, but it was like I didn't want to choose the shortest route, the most proactive one to get to school. Putting more of a positive light, maybe I wanted some time to walk by myself and think. I had to go to school partly to make sure Sadako was safe. I didn't come up with any plans yet, nothing since last night. So the path I took from my house was in the complete opposite direction. I went further this way. I'd pass Rena's house and the dam site. It'd be quite the detour. I calculated how long of a detour it would end up being, then satisfied with my answer. Rena had brought me to the dam site a few times. One section of it had turned into a unlawful, oversized garbage dump. Rena really liked going fishing for junk there. Thought that she'd come off as a completely normal girl, too. I think a few other qualities you could do without, but whatever. The view quickly opened up wide and I hit by a strong wind. There was no shelter here, at least this big dam site. It was a good thing I came here, I thought. At the very least, it was more healthy to think about stuff in a place like this instead of my cramped bedroom. I don't know, dude. I took a deep breath, filled my lungs with the rich, cold air unique to Hinazawa. Ring, ring. I turned around reflectively. It was a bicycle bell. Even where I was standing, I don't think they were trying to get me out of the way. They ring the bell because they want something from me. Hey, excuse me. You're from Hinazawa, right? Yes, why? I've seen this person around a few times. Right, I remembered. His name, I think, was Tamtake, a freelance photographer who lived in Tokyo. Oh, good, so that event still happens in this timeline. We just never saw it. So he didn't hang out with Rena for that chunk. He would zealously visit Hinazawa every season and take pictures, or so me and the others told me, I think. Tell me how to get to the Furude Shrine from here. I think I left my map at the inn. I don't know where to go. The shrine from here? I knew where everything was in my head, but explaining how to get there was difficult. I was a little irritated having bothered for this, because when I realized that my teacher actually meant something, that feeling faded quickly. I'll tell you, it was a little difficult to explain. I could bring you there if you don't mind. Really? I would be in your debt. Thanks a lot. Are you sure? Did you have something to do? Tamaki-san finally appeared to realize how strange it was for a student like me to be here at all at this time of day. I smoothly told him not to worry about it, then I turned my back and started walking towards the Furude shrine. Tamaki-san hurried to turn his bike around and came after me. Haha, sorry. Don't worry, all the guys have times when they need to split up from the pack and be a lone wolf for a while. What a free-minded freelancer. It was easier for me too because he was under that impression. I'm Tontake, a freelance photographer. I specialize in wild birds and landscapes. I'm still pretty unknown though. It seemed absurd for him to introduce himself when I was just showing him the shrine, but he gave me his name, so I gave him mine in turn. I'm Abara. Pleased to meet you, I guess. Abara-kun. Pleased to meet you. You seem like a pretty silly man, but that felt kind of good considering I'd been suffocating with worry over Sadako all night. All the way, Tontake-san spoke at length to me about how precious nature in Himanazawa was and how it was treasure trove of rare wild birds, despite my not having asked. I wasn't interested in what he had to say, but he seemed to enjoy himself, so I left him to it. So many scene transitions! These steps will take you up to the shrine grounds. Thank you. You really helped me out. I think I'm a little late. As Tomitake mumbled to himself, he left his bike nearby and started to climb the stairs quickly. I didn't have a watch, but as far as my internal clock could guess, it's still a little late in the morning. School wasn't far off from here, so maybe I could kill 2 birds until then. That in mind, I went up the steps in pursuit of Tomitake-san. I reached the top of this long staircase. I arrived at a wide-open shrine ground. There are 2 grand looking for the tiny village. Tomitake-san, oh, here he is. It looked like he was supposed to be meeting someone here. He got lost and ended up being late. He was bowing to a lady who must have been a person who was meeting. That lady, I knew her! Oh, is that you, Mabara-kun? Hello there. You're out from school today? What? Oh, Mabara-kun, you followed me. I wasn't really planning to. Just wanted to kill some time. Oh my, arriving at work late is like an executive. How refined. You certainly are famous taking the time to look like Big Shot. Was I a celebrity? Well, I should say my name out loud, out of nowhere anyway. I was a little oddly concerned about what she meant by famous. Oh, you still can't remember my name? Hee. It's Mio Takano. To be fair, I forgot her name too. In spite of how important a character she is in the story. She works at the village clinic, I think. Burr, can you seem healthy? See, you probably haven't been to the hospital much, have you? Well, you're finally acquainted. Next time you're sick or anything, I suppose I could give you a bit of special checkup. This lady talking now, I kind of didn't remember her, but we'd passed each other on the street a few times. I'm pretty sure this was the first time we talked. What the frack is up with my video? Oh, there we go. I don't know, from the recording on Stream Manager, it was stuck to several scenes ago. So I was a little worried. If we don't know the person's name, it's not unusual for them to know mine. I glanced at Takano-san, and she saw she had a bag and a camera. Are you photography partners? Was that why you were meeting each other? Oh, we're not like partners. I'm a bit of an amateur, and Jiro-san is initiating me into it. Right? That's not it at all. Takano is a quick learner. She could take pictures just fine without my guidance. I mean it. I couldn't tell which of them was ahead in the conversation. Well, there's certainly one couple you wouldn't get tired of watching. Funny you should say that, Keiichi. Funny you should say that. The festival is finally coming up the day after tomorrow. I hope you can take some good pictures this year. I plan to take some shots of the setup tomorrow. I want to capture the festive energy shown by the preparations for it, too. Oh, I just remembered. There's some village festival called Higarashi or something the day after tomorrow on Sunday. They hold a service with a pile of old futons in order to give thanks to Himanazawa's guardian deity, Oishiro-sama, I think. Oh, you're correct. You have quite extensive knowledge despite having moved here. Yes, it is a festival to give thanks to Oishiro-sama. Takano-san smiled somewhat meaningfully, but didn't tell me what part of the festival to thank Oishiro-sama needed to be laughed at. Cryptic as ever, Takano-san. But I do wonder what will happen this year. You know what they say, if happens twice, it'll happen a third time. And it's already happened 4 times. I think there's less evidence that it won't happen a 5th time, don't you think?
I knew what they meant by their whispered exchanges.
On the day of a Watanagashi festival, a freak death always occurs, which people call Oishiro-sama's curse. And a disappearance occurs that people call being demoned away. These strange events have happened for 4 years running, and Watanagashi rapidly approaching the day after tomorrow marked the 5th. Oishiro-sama puts a curse on enemies of the village, eh? That does happen this year. I wonder who will find themselves at gunpoint. Well, I can always come here to pray and donate money whenever I visit. It won't be me for sure. For sure! Oh, is that so? They say Oishiro-sama has been especially harsh on outsiders recently, you know. Barakun may have only just moved in, but he's a proper member of Hinamizawa. But you or Shiro-sama are strangers who only come once a year. I wonder will he let you go this year? That's harsh. Totaki-san was the only one with pained grin, but we all were smiling, me included. Oishiro-sama, the one who used the killing curse to kill people involved with the dam construction project, one after the next. He killed the dam construction manager. He killed Sadako's parents for supporting it. And next year, he even killed her aunt. And if Demon Away was part of that curse, then you could add Satoshi to the list of victims. As I thought of it, I realized that in the serial freak deaths instance, the overwhelming majority had the last name Hojo. Half the deaths and disappearances come from the Hojo family. Yeah, how do you think the people in there feel that are still alive? They'd probably be freaking out, drinking themselves stupid, or trying to laugh it off. The Hojo family lived here in Hinamizawa. I'm not sure Osama punished and cursed them particularly harshly because, despite that, they'd been in favor of the dam. Have you heard the news that Sadako's uncle has returned? Takano-san, who had been enjoying a few words with Tamataki-san, had caught me unaware by my sudden inquiry. Oh, I'm sorry, what was that? Sadako's parents were killed by the curse and her aunt too. So I wonder if maybe you were in order her uncle will be next. Her aunt had a miserable death from the curse last year, and her uncle left his fear take over and flee into town, right? Oishiro-sama doesn't allow people to try to abandon the village, does he? I hadn't intended to be quite this persistent. But those words, they just float out of my mouth, without me even thinking about it. Right. Oishiro-sama's curse. I didn't believe in something so unrealistic, of course, but the fact that every year unfortunate accidents and incidents happen to enemies of the village. Like Takano-san just said now, it happened 4 times. No one could say there would be a 5th. That's an interesting suggestion. Is it true that if you looked at those sacrifices in the previous year, those names Hojo came up quite frequently? You know how long it's gone on for. Her uncle being the one to die or disappear this year isn't out of the question. Actually, some claimed he did in the prior year, but then he came back. So, yeah. Not as foolproof as they think. Not again, Takano. Son, don't laugh about it. It could really happen. I'm sorry. But Oishiro-sama's curse is my life's work. Hee. Takano-san gives off a mysterious, somehow intellectual impression. Her life's work was more mysterious in its own right. She probably really likes the unexplained supernatural phenomena or something. Yeah, especially if you're the person to derail it. Then you're extra special. Takano-san, you seem like you know a lot about Oishiro-sama's. Give me your honest thoughts. Given that he's a Hojo and that he's returned, what are the chances that the uncle falls to the curse? My what? Seems like you really want this uncle of hers dead. Hee hee. That's not... But the idea has been planted in his head. That's interesting. I wonder. It all depends on the whims of God. Barakun, do you know the true identity of Santa Claus?
Huh? Jolly old Saint Nick, right? I got a strange question all of a sudden. I couldn't immediately answer.
What you don't know, it's your daddy. The daddies in everyone's family. What? That's what you meant?
Well, of course.
Everything ultimately comes down to humans in the end. After all, humans are the only ones living in the world. All the strange things should have been explainable in terms of human actions. I felt like I put that somewhere strangely, but Takano-san was not as dissatisfied with that reply as I might have guessed. It's impressive you caught on to that at such a young age, you're right. Strange things happen in the world of man, but are all caused by man for his own benefit. Barakun, I'll ask you again then, this time not Santa Claus, but Orishiro-sama. Do you know anything about who Orishiro-sama is? Takano-san took steps towards me and gazed me in my eyes as she asked. Santa Claus was really the parents of every family's children. If lionizing that legend was a corporate tactic to try and profit during Christmas sales, then what was Orishiro-sama really? Oh, you didn't already say? There's only humans in this world. Everything can be explained by human actions, right? Hee hee. Barakun, keep this to yourself, okay? This string of freak deaths, incidents attributed to Orishiro-sama's curse. Takano-san's view is that they might be premeditated homicides performed by people in Hinazawa and based on some kind of ceremony. Now, don't misunderstand me. My life's work is to research teaching, thoughts, and cultures from the viewpoints of the folklorism. I don't really care at all about who the culprit really is. Just keep that in mind, please. I could tell at least that she was saying some crazy stuff. No shit! If I were to liken her statements to a meal, it would be sort of like if she tried to stuff a whole plate of duck into my mouth, and now I couldn't say anything. To understand that in the first place, you have to go all the way back to the ancient times when Hinazawa was called Onigafuchi, or the Demon's Abyss. Yes, the reason why we went to the shed with the torture objects in the last part of the game. Well, the second part of the game. Not the last, because why would we need to go back there for all I know? The transcendence of those lived there believed themselves to carry blood of demons, and were only half human. Takano-san, having entered her home field, leaned forward and began to speak of the ridiculous matter. Tamatake-san realized she overawed me and interrupted me. Takano-san, you can't just chatter on about that stuff to Barakun. Looks like he's really confused. Oh my, are you? I doubt she's really apologetic about this. I doubt that very much. Feeling a little cold, so in lieu of actually putting on the sweater, I'm just gonna do that. Oh my, are you? If you want to hear more, ask anyway. I have heaps of grotesque stories that the boys your age might love hearing. Thank you, I feel like I will. But now I softly and safely gave my refusal. Takano-san seemed a little unhappy about Tamatake-san raining on her parade, but she stopped talking about it by then. Even so, it was still a very interesting story. Is Orishiro-sama's curse, which we thought as a strange freak deaths? were really homicides perpetrated by the people in the village. Well, I mean, if I thought about it logically, it would have to be. People would be dying because of curse. Someone's obviously killing people and making it look like one. Indeed. As for who that is, it might be safer not to try and find out. You seem like you know, Takano-san. You may not have proof, but it seems like you believe it. Oh my? Why do you think that? I just kind of felt it vaguely. It didn't seem like her extreme passion for this research could be explained just by these things being taboo or being safe and easy. This person loved walking through the profound, forbidden abysses of risks and taboos. I don't blame her. Let's leave it at that, Mabarakun. I just helped you escape, and now you're trying to talk about Orishiro-sama again. I wanted to take a nice walk while it was still cool. Tomotake's-san seemed a little disappointed not to be able to go on the date he'd planned since he had brought up a weird topic. But right now, there's something I want to ask just a little bit. And that was whether Sadako's uncle would be chosen for the curse this year. If he was, then another miracle would happen, just like last year. A terrible incident would happen, but it would release Sadako from her unfortunate circumstances once more. Okay, Chi. That is a fucking slippery slope there, buddy. That is such a slippery slope. Well, I do have a few suspicions as the kind of people who would probably become involved, of course. It's natural and inevitably the conclusion of anyone who has researched the history of Onegafuchi village. Who do you mean? What do I do? What would I do if I knew? I asked that question to the other me deep inside, but got no reply. How enthusiastic! What would you do if you knew? Nothing, really. If you found out, you might just get into danger yourself, you know. Maybe the 5th year's curse would be you. Hee hee. Takano-san, toying with the taboo, gave me a devilish, satisfied smile, as if nothing in the world would be more amusing. She was probably trying to tease me, but I didn't feel like going along with her little game one bit. You like talking pretty big, but you don't really know yourself, do you, Takano-san? I had a feeling of tinge of irritation at Takano-san's roundabout way of speaking, but those emotions escaped my mouth like water flowing through a strainer. Even I was surprised how directly I had spoken about what I felt. Of course, I wasn't the only one taken aback. Oh my, you're something. You may just be a boy, but you can still provoke people. How unexpectedly rugged. I don't dislike people like that, you know. Takano's song poked out of her mouth, and I was convinced it was a long, thin, and split in the middle like a snake's. Alright. Whoa. I don't know, I just felt randomly dizzy all of a sudden. For no reason. And now my head is back. I'll tell you then. You have to promise me 3 things first. 1, not to regret it no matter what I tell you. 2, not to tell it to anyone. And 3, not to tell anyone I told you. I gulped firmly and nodded. Tomotake's-san made an exaggerated expression of distress, gave a dry, vague smile, and lit a cigarette, and then completely blew me off. Please tell me, who is putting this curse on people? Who is it who's deciding who gets cursed? After I said that, I finally realized why I wanted to know. Because it would free you from uncertainty. Because you can't help but fall for this crap every fucking time! Oh boy. Huh. We don't get to see it! The answer. Well played, visual novel, well played. Many of my classmates are playing freely in the schoolyard. Few of them just run out of school, building after putting their shoes on and tapping their shoes to the ground. It looked like they had just finished eating lunch. From the time manipulating standpoint, I guess, I succeeded. Oh, Mabara-san, are you okay? A few girls noticed me and came running over. It's only natural that they'd be worried. You'd think someone who wasn't there in the morning, they'd think be out for the rest of the day. Well, I'm just late for school, don't worry about it. Anyway, what about Sadako? Did she come today? The girls exchanged glances. They saw a thin shadow fall over their face, and I knew the answer without needing to hear them reply. Sadako was absent today, too. Oh no. When all is said and done, after being out 3 days, she'd only come back for the one. And now she was out again. Who knows if she'd become tomorrow? Yeah, but the teacher said she got a phone call from Sadako. She said she had a cold. Everyone's... Okay. Sensei said everyone should make sure to rinse their mouths out really well. Wait a minute, Sensei. That's a little too thick-headed, don't you think? I was all the way over here, and it's still opened up. The menu. Right here. You're a teacher, aren't you? Why can't you be more sensitive and catch on the fact your pupil sent out an SOS? If she did, there's nothing we could hope for. The most she could do was a home visit. She didn't have any right to take Sadako from her uncle into safety, no matter what result it would end up with the public agencies with a wait-and-see attitude. It would just piss off Sadako's uncle. It would just piss Sadako's uncle off, and her suffering would grow deeper. Then wasn't she saying she had a cold the best option? She's right. Be careful not to catch a cold, got it? You can go now. There's still plenty of time left in the lunch break. Girls excitedly scattered across the schoolyard. Oh, Keiichi-kun! Rena was yelling out of the classroom window, waving at her hand. A moment later, Mion and Rika-chan poked their heads out too. Are you freaking kidding? I was... okay. Okay, game. Okay. We were very worried that even you would be absent today. Thank goodness. You didn't seem sick, so you look pretty okay. I felt a little uncomfortable with her saying that I didn't look sick, but I didn't care that much. What happened? Overslept? Well, late is late. Think about what I said I was late because of a train accident. She let it slide. You overslept. Mion was a bit persistent. Was she going to put on her club president cap and scold me for being late? Well, maybe she didn't have it in it for me, so I briefly say she was right. There's still more bento. Everyone eat up. Without Keiichi-kun here, we didn't have any fun. Sadako's still absent, huh? Even Rena feigned cheerfulness, couldn't stand to hear that, and her face darkened. She called this morning. Apparently her cold came back and she's staying home today. Said she might be on it for a while, too. She must be sad, so we all are talking about going to visit. What are you saying, Rika-chan? No, pleased with Rika-chan. Not pleased with Rika-chan wearing a wide smile as though it was a happy occasion. I threw cold water on her face. We know the best of all, she doesn't have a cold, don't we? Don't we ever tell a fib like that again, even as a joke? I'll get mad next time. Rika-chan furrowed her brow and looked down and mumbled an apology. It's not just you, Keiichi-kun, it's hard for everyone. I know I'm not the only one worrying, but none of us can do anything, can we? That's true, but... I got a feeling I would cause another fight if this exchange went on, so I apologize first. Sorry. I'm sorry for forgetting forget what I just said. It's hard for everyone, right? It must be. It was at least clear wherever that I was the only one who had worried so much about rescuing her. At the very least, everyone else probably got to the normal amount of sleep last night. Dude, that's purely on you. Probably good dreams, too. They definitely didn't stay up all night thinking so desperately. I know it'd be not what you want to hear right after we get to school, but you were late today, Kei-chan. Did you have anything to do with Sadako being absent? Huh? Neon, what are you talking about? Sometimes you act kind of foolhardily, Kei-chan. Both you and her were absent this morning. We seriously thought you might have kidnapped her and hidden her somewhere. Easy for you to say. If I could have, I'd done that last night. None of them really had thought about how difficult that clear as day solution was, but I was up thinking all night, thinking until last night it was brightening. And then I concluded that I couldn't do anything of the sort because you're an idiot. Don't be dumb. I couldn't hide it. Someone? You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize if I upset you. Don't worry about it. Anyway, let's eat something for food. I'm starving. I took my bento box out of my bag. Everyone moved to make a spot for me to sit. Babara-kun, did you just get here? Just as I was about to stick the chopsticks in, Chie-sensei came along. Yep, that is a pissed-off teacher. Yeah, sorry for being late. I overslept. What the heck? Even the teacher was giving me that strange look. When you're finished eating, could you and the president come to the teacher's lounge? There's something I want to talk to you about. Probably about Sadako, I thought. Sensei left at that and went back to the hallway. Eating lunch can wait. Let's go, Mion. You're right. Mion and I exchanged looks and nodded to each other, got up. Probably about Sadako-chan, no doubt about it. They were saying she had a cold, but everyone in the class knew the truth. I didn't think that it would even reach the teacher's ears by now. I kept playing dumb, so I think she gave up on asking me. Revealing the truth to the teacher would only worsen the situation. Was that why she hadn't said anything? Or was it because she was Sadako's friend, and knew that she was trying to endure the trial of her uncle's abuse in order to get her brother to come home? What should we do? Maybe we should use this as a chance to get collective opinion. Are you kidding me? Sometimes it seems to pop up when I'm trying to avoid making it pop up. What do you want to do, Rika-chan? Meep. Sadako's closest and best friend was Rika-chan. However much as I pretend to be her Nini, it didn't come close to the amount of time they'd spent together. So I felt like her opinion should be held in the highest regard. I know why Sadako's enduring her uncle's torture. Everyone looked startled and turned to me. Back then, whenever Sadako was abused, she probably cried and hid behind her brother. But Sadako thinks that in the end, that's why her brother ran away. Who did you hear that from? The coach, I bet. I nodded quietly. Sadako believes her brother will come back if she can withstand the abuse. Maybe that's why she's trying to push through it. But that's the assumption that has nothing to do with Sadashi coming back. It hurts her to say that about Sadako, but it's the truth. Everyone hung their heads. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Sadako probably won't be happy no matter who helps her. She wants to withstand everything with her own strength. But is it really the right thing to respect that? I don't think it is. Even if Sadako hates us for a while, I think there would come a time when she needs to save her against her will. I think that time might be now. I'll tell them about what I saw and how I felt when I went to Sadako's house yesterday. Keiichi-kan, so you think we should tell someone? Of course, only after we're sure that reporting it to a public agency would guarantee her safety. Without being sure of that, it could just get more dangerous for her instead. It's a difficult problem. You think you can get a definite promise out of the teacher? I had no confidence, but we had to try. Meanwhile, Rika-chan had her hand raised for a while as if asking for an opportunity to speak. I'll leave it to Keiichi. Wait, what? Is that okay, Rika-chan? Keiichi is thinking about Sadako more than anybody else here. Keiichi thinks that we need to tell someone, then I have no complaints. Thanks, Mion and Rena. Are you okay with this? Mion seemed to hesitate, not knowing if she should agree, but when she saw Rena's firm nod, she made up her mind and did the same. Okay, let's go, Mion. Right. Only Chie-sensei was in the teacher's lounge. They didn't see the principal anywhere. The schedule on the blackboard under the principal's name said, "Training going straight home." Our principal's sense of justice was too strong. Sadako's problems wouldn't be solved with something so vague. It was a stroke of luck he wasn't here. When the teacher saw Mion and I come in, she closed her curry bento and saved the rest for later. How long is their freaking lunch break? Sit over there, please. She told us to take a seat in chairs directly in front of the principal's seat. I hadn't sat in this chair since doing the paperwork for transfer in. Two of us sat there uncomfortably before the teacher walked over carrying a notebook and ball pen sat in front of us. Mabarakon, you were absent this morning. Did something happen? I'm sorry I overslept. Really? I have no reason to lie. She narrowed her eyes at me in suspicion. Now I was sure of it. She wanted to talk with Sadako. Case, I think you already know about your friend Hojo-san has been away frequently lately. Neither Mion and I said anything to say in response. But the teacher proceeded, not minding. Would you happen to know anything? Are there some people in class spreading bad rumors? Mion looked down and remained silent as though she were being lectured. She sent me a quick glance. Everyone had made up their minds. They'd be leaving things to me. Mion-kun, or you, Mabara-kun. I won't get mad or anything, okay? You just know that's something I want you to tell me. Sensei, can I ask you a question first? I thought I'd anticipated that response. She looked surprised. I don't know what rumors are going around about Sadako in class, but if those rumors happen to be true, what would you do, Sensei? Well, what would I do? Well, if it's true that she's being abused by her uncle, then I can't leave it alone. Can't leave what alone exactly? What would you do? Sensei's eyebrows shut up. Maybe I said it like I was trying to pick a fight. Mabara-kun, I'm being serious here. So am I. I'm also being completely serious right now. Please answer me. If it were true, that what wouldn't you leave alone? Sensei took a few breaths, then began to speak slowly. First, I'd have to visit the Hojo-san house to confirm the situation. Her uncle might get mad and drive you away, though. Well, okay. Let's say you did meet with Sadako and her uncle. Then what? Then I'd ask whether it was true. Once I got the facts, I'd go from there. Please stop talking so vaguely. What exactly would you do? Even despite my tone, I was being so provocative. Chie-sensei bit back her emotion and listened calmly. I thought then that she was a good teacher. Chie-sensei really did have her students' best interest at heart. She didn't have the power or authority to save Sadako. If she let her sense of justice run away with her, the situation could get more complex. Sensei folded her arms and for a few moments closed her eyes as though mentally concentrating. When they opened again, there was a strictness in her eyes I'd never seen before. There's a law called child welfare law. It clearly states that abuse against children will not be allowed no matter who it is. So it would seem, then what? I contacted the Professional Child Consultation Center. You said just now that I would be turned away, didn't you? Child welfare officers can bring the police with them if the situation demands it. They'll not submit to intimidation. How many days would it take after you contact the social worker and submit paperwork for her to be saved? It would be same day. Their job is to guarantee immediate safety of children. I know that. That's if they decide there's an urgent need. If they didn't, then they'd do the same as you do. They do as you. They'd go from there. They'd wait and see, right? They'd just watch. You'd make Sadako's uncle mood sour. Sadako would be struck with him there and him there. Hey-chan, that's going a little too far. I'm not lying, am I? Last year, or the year before, whatever, that's exactly what happened when child welfare people came, isn't it? And what happened then? Yin-sensei would know about it a lot better than I would. I had said she was too much. I didn't need Mion to tell me that. I was talking crazy and itching for a fight. I was supposed to tell her about the situation only after I was sure we could save Sadako. I basically told her everything right from the start. Chi-sensei looked at the clock and stood up and picked up the phone at the principal's seat. Hello? Let me through to extension 3455, please. Is this okay, Kei-chan? Is this really okay? It was too late. The dice had been cast. Now we could only pray. Oh, thanks for answering my call. I'm Chie, the licensed teacher at Himazawa Branch School with Director Watatampi happened to be in the guidance office. Yes, that's right. Something urgent came up. I'd like to contact the principal as soon as I can. Yes. Thank you. Please tell him immediately. Yes, thank you. The teacher put down the phone and tilted her head back, took a breath like I always did. I'll ask the two of you again. Are the rumors going around the class really true? Yes, yesterday I went to Sadako's house and saw for myself just how bad it really was. How bad it really is. You can leave the rest to me. I'll definitely do something for Sadako-chan. Something. Please stop saying such ambiguous things. Not something we have to save her. I end up deciding to wait and see you again. How do you plan on taking responsibility? Oh, I was yelling, the phone rang. Chi-sensei snatched the receiver up first. Hello? Oh, I apologize for interrupting your training. Yes. Actually, it's about the issue with the Sadako Hocho-san. Yes. Sensei waved us away, telling us we could leave now. Mion went to leave, but I held my ground. I had a responsibility to make sure she stopped saying such vague, ambiguous things. If it didn't look like she was going to say anything substantial, then I'd tell them the truth, even if I had to steal the phone from her. Yes, no, I haven't contacted them yet. Yes. I haven't confirmed it. It seems pretty bad from what the children are saying. It's not just pretty bad. Do something about it. Right now. If you're going to report it, then don't care who you tell. But I swear, if they end up just waiting and watching, I'll never forgive you. I yelled angrily at Sensei and the principal on the other end. I wanted somehow, some way to convey to them just how dangerous the situation was right now. I understand that. You tell them as much. Mion-kun, please take Mabarak back to the classroom. Yes, ma'am. Let's go, Kei-chan. We should leave this to the teachers now. You'd better promise. Until the very last moment I glared at Sensei. Chi-sensei was being pressured by the likes of me. Idiot, this isn't the time to feel pressured. Then stop pressuring her, you idiots! Like there's a limit. Now's the time when you give a firm nod and that'll be set my mind at ease. And so you already left things in her hands. At this point we can't really do anything but pray. Bang. Mion shut the door to the teacher's lounge. Okay. Please tell me you went with her this time. Statistics and Ministry of Health and Welfare. Oh, this should be a lovely tip. Oh my god, there's two. Start with article. Article 2, definition of child abuse. Oh yes, this. The term child abuse means prolonged acts committed by a custodian, meaning person who exercises parental authority and guardian of the minor or other person who is currently engaged in the custody of child. Hereafter, the same shall apply against a child, meaning person who is under 18 years of age. Herein the same shall apply. Assault of the child in a manner that will cause or is likely to cause external injury on body of child, engage in indecency against the child or cause the child to engage in indecency, substantially reduce the amount of food for the child or abandon and neglect the child for a long period of time in a manner that may interfere with their normal development of child mentally or physically, otherwise materials fails to perform duty of custodian, speaker behave in a manner that would significantly traumatic to the child. This is the weird thing, because he's guilty of this, he's guilty of this, and he's probably guilty of this. And yet it's this hard to, get anything done. No person shall abuse a child. Law Act number 82 of 2000. Authored by Ministry of Health and Welfare. Okay. Statistics. Year 19-something. Principal abusers in case reports of Ministry of Health and Welfare. Total 5,352. Mother by blood. 2,943, 55%. Mother not by blood. 203, 3.8%. Father by blood. 1,445, 27%. Father 9. Wow. Is this just children in general or daughters in specific? Because that would change the numbers. Or is it just both outright? Year something something. Instances by type of user in case reported by Ministry of Health and Welfare, 5,352. Physical abuse, 2,780, so 51%. Neglect, abandonment of child, 32%, 1,728. Psychological abuse, 458, 8.6%. Forbidden from going to school, 75 cases, 1.4%. Sexual violence, 311%. 311 cases, 5.8%. Wow. Those are low percentages. That's kind of sad. That is really sad. Save. The die of fate had been cast. The reporting to the public entity, which we kept being warned could instead result in something far worse for Sadako if we didn't have the evidence first. And just like that, had I failed, had my emotions gotten the better of me in that moment, I should have stayed silent and left everything beyond since she's relatively calm. I heard the punishment game where we had to badmouth Curry and how me saying anything would have made it worse, and Sadako told us to leave the talking to her. It was the same thing here. I was impulsive, so I should have just shut up and looked down at the floor. It was too late to lament that. The die I had thrown wouldn't come back into my hands. All we could do is pray for something good to happen. Keiichi-kun, did you do everything you could? Just leave the teachers now, okay? Everything I could. If I really gave it everything I had, I really struggled. I would have dragged Sadako out of her home last night and hid her in some abandoned house. I didn't, so that means I didn't do everything I could. Stop thinking about it, okay? Alright? You're just being a little too persistent, Keiichi-kun. At this rate, you'll collapse. Just leave me alone. I left her with those words and stared lazily at the ceiling. I wonder if I really got Chi-sensei to understand. Would the public agency intervene and solve everything within the day? Would they acknowledge the abuse or guarantee your safety? After lunch break, our afternoon classes were mostly self-study. The teacher came back to the classroom occasionally, but then the phone in the lounge would ring, and she'd have a long conversation with the caller. Everyone in class got the feeling they knew what those phone calls were about. Sensei tried back from the classroom. I'm really sorry for all the phone calls recently. Let's call it a day. President, please lead the class. Ready, stand up. It looks like Sensei has been wearing a dark expression ever since after the lunch break. It wasn't a very relieving expression. It wouldn't be, even if Sensei 100% understood the situation and passionately explained it to the other person. At the end of the child consultation center, as a public agency, we must decide whether to get her to safety. Sensei understood that as well as us, and that's why she looks so unreliable right now. Kei-chan, let's go home. I don't think anyone feels like they're having a club today. Mi-chan, it's no fun if someone's not here. Rena was right. It was no fun for us. It was someone's missing. If teacher's expression had shown more promise, then maybe we could have gone home more comfortably, but I couldn't let myself feel relieved. I couldn't be naive and tell myself all I could do is pray. Now the dice have been cast. Just in case they don't get her safety and decide to wait and see again, I need to take further measures. As people could do something official already said, then there'd be one more place that was worth asking for help. She might laugh it off, or I might be right and I could endanger my own life, but I had to try. Oh man, is it okay if I stop by your place today? You got a lot of manga, right? I want to borrow a bunch. Huh? Sure, I guess. There are an ominous meaning behind her words, so Mion realized what I really meant right away. I want to talk about something alone, that's what I meant. Mii-chan, Kei-chan, let's go home. Rena already had her shoes on and was waving us from the schoolyard. And then we jump again, apparently. Mion's house was gigantic in every way imaginable. The house was vaguely old-fashioned. Traditional Japanese house, but the yard, I guess, their plot of land was enormous. Easily convinced that they were really a major landowner with Hinozawa under their thumb. Mion brought me to the guest room and servant brought us some tea. Whoa, you really are rich, huh? I even got housekeepers. Grandma and I are the only ones who live here. I'll be able to do everything myself. The servant left telling us it's 5 o'clock, and then withdrew with the soft footsteps. We have people come to take care of Grandma and clean the 2 or 3 times a week. They come in rotations of 3 or 4, so there's someone here almost every day. Only until the evening, though, and then if we're having a party or something, maybe need more help, we call different people. I had money to hire all these people, then just take Sadako in. I glared at her at the thought, and Mion seemed to catch off immediately. Oh, sorry, it's fine. I know it's not a money problem. Just to be clear, my family may be rich, but it's not the money I can use freely for myself, okay? I don't want you to misunderstand that. It kind of looks like I was bullying her. Mion had been apologizing to me a lot lately. Was Mion the sort of person who would do that much? It's just I've been looking so grim lately. So, what's up? You had something to talk about, right? I have something pretty serious to discuss, Mion. This will be sudden, you might be surprised, but I want you to hear me out. What? I'll give you a way out first. Even if I was to say it's true, you don't need to admit it. You're allowed to play dumb, but I want you to listen until the end. I have something to say to the next leader of what's still the most important of the 3 families of Onigofuchi Village, Mion Sonozaki. At first, Mion looked like she had no idea what I was saying, but hearing the whole sentence put together, she reacted. Where did you hear that? It doesn't really matter. I wasn't tell her who I told me. Takano-san, you told me not to, but please forgive me. This is why I asked you about it after all. I was surprised that you heard about Onifuchi Village, Kei-chan, but you seem to know a lot about both the true and false about me, too. Yeah, true and false. I really might just have the wrong impression here, but I'm okay with that, so listen. If it really is true, I don't know where you're getting at, Kei-chan, but let me say this beforehand. You got a big misunderstanding. So if it were possible, I wouldn't want to hear what you're about to say. Because if you said it, I can't do anything to help you. Still, talking about will lighten your burden even a little. Listen. I'm only going to listen. No more will happen. Are you okay with that? Yeah. Mion seemed to know what kind of thing I'd be talking about. She warned me that doing so would be fruitless. That much was obvious, but I was going to say it was true that the Sonozaki family would be the masterminds behind the string of freak deaths that have been occurring every year in Hinozawa. You know that stuff about Higarashi-sama's curse, right? Mion nodded a little. No one knows what it is or why it happens. Even if incident is solved, the string of deaths and accidents as a whole is still a mystery. There's one thing connecting them all, and that's how the targets are always enemies of the village. Seems like it. Mion spoke as if it didn't relate to her. That was fine. She didn't have to admit it. For now, I wanted her to stay quiet and listen. The day after tomorrow is the Higarashi festival, isn't it? Has the sacrifice for this year's curse been decided already? Mion didn't answer. Her expression remained the same, too. If she said, she's quietly listening. Sorry. The promise was that you just listened, so it's weird for me to ask a question, huh? Mion gave me a look she'd never given me before, a faraway look, a sympathetic one. She didn't nod, she just smiled faintly and listened to me. If this year's curse isn't going to be in Sadako's uncle, then please change it to him. I mean, last year was her aunt, right? It's in the right order, so it wouldn't be weird. You're right, it seems like there's an order. I mean, after her aunt died of the curse last year, he abandoned Sadako and fled into town for a whole year. Why wouldn't a guy like that definitely be the next Higarashi-sama's list? There shouldn't be any issue with choosing him for this year. I see. If he were to die of the curse this year, no one would see anything unusual about it. I heard. Higarashi-sama's curse is, well... How I look at it, I wasn't sure whether I should continue. No matter how I tried, the words wouldn't come out. The string of freak deaths in Hinamizawa. Also code old Orishiro-sama's curse, you're saying they're incidents perpetrated by the village carried out by the three families at the Sonozaki's instructions. Is that it? I don't care one bit whether you have anything to do with it. I'm just saying, if you had any way of communicating with whoever decides the targets of the curse, and I just want you to tell them to choose Sadako's uncle. Please. Everything you've been saying has been terrible. If freak deaths incidents were carried out by the will of the Sonozaki family, that would mean the main culprit would be me, wouldn't it? I would have chosen the target of the curse, given the instructions killed many people and gotten rid of the curse. You're also calling me a murderer, Kei-chan. I didn't say that! Didn't you listen? I don't care whether you're the one behind the murders or not, I just don't. Even if you were the culprit, it doesn't change the fact you're my friend. It doesn't matter at all. If the police were chasing you, I'd still come help. I'd make an alibi, even help you escape, because we're friends, comrades. Aren't we? Mion looked surprised for a while. She was dumbfounded. Now you're declaring yourself complicit? Kei-chan, that's pretty bold of you. Come on, don't interrupt. Sadako's uncle, choose him for... Stop right there, Kei-chan. I want to start on dinner soon, so I'd like to leave things at this. Mion, then I realized my cheeks were wet with tears. They slid down my cheek and I fell to tatami mat. It's like I said at the start, you've got a big misunderstanding. Orishiro-sama's curse is just that. If there were people behind the incidents, they don't have anything to do with the Sonozaki family or me either. Right. I understand, that's just... It was touching to hear such a desperate plea, Kei-chan, but that's all it was. If I wanted to help, I can't. You understand that too, right? Yeah. But now I know how you feel so well it hurts. If I really were her, like you said, the one controlling the three families and choosing the sacrifices every year, I'd probably grant your wish. Mion, but the reality is different. I'm just Mion Sonozaki. My family may be the subject of all sorts of bad rumors about controlling Hinamizawa from the shadows. We have nothing to do with the freak deaths. We may have even a little extreme during the Dam War, but that's all. We would never do something so insane as to kill people. I have an entire story arc prior that begs to differ on that specific topic. Don't say such sad things. Right now, at least, I don't care. Why don't you just be nice and lie to me? Kei-chan, you're free to believe what you like. If I lied to you now, you'd be convinced Sadako would be freed tonight, right after tomorrow, and you'd be able to shed much of your burden. However, reality is harsh. Sadako's uncle will survive beyond that day. He'll still be alive the next week, and the week after that. You need to prepare yourself for that. I don't want you coming to me the day after Higarashi demanding know why he hasn't been killed. Mion stood up and closed the sliding door, kept the wind out that's growing chilly. Was it Mio-san? Did she give you all these ideas? She likes misunderstanding things about Hinamizawa. Well, we can let her have her fun. But I don't really want her influencing you, Kei-chan. Jeez, this is why outsiders are no good. Taka-san had nothing to do with it. Right, don't worry about it. No, she told you about it, Kei-chan. Nothing's going to happen. It's not like Mio-san will be chosen for this year's curse. Besides, we don't even know for sure if the curse will happen this year. Maybe it'll just be a pile of unfortunate coincidences. Thanks for listening. If you aren't connected to Zero Does It All, then that must have been an uncomfortable conversation. I apologize for that. I see, you apologize for it. Mion said she didn't have much time, but she still brought me to the gate. She said she had a meeting or something to go to today about Sunday's Watashi Festival, so there was just a lot of people coming to town, and the festival committee coming. Despite her day being so busy, she still listened to what I had to say. There's a God in heaven, and he probably understands how strongly you feel. Yeah, I'm really sorry about being weird today. Pretend like this discussion never happened if you want. Okay, I'll forget about it. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye-byes. I had really only spent a short time with Mion. Talking to her made me think. It's good that Takano-san had told me Headleaf wasn't a complete fabrication. Mion really was unconnected to the incidents, and she probably wouldn't have listened to me quietly. She heard me out until I was done without making any quips. I wanted to think that was proof. I did kind of feel like I was grasping at straws. Of course, thinking back on it was a terrible thing to discuss. I mean, I went to a friend's house to call her a serial murderer and told her to kill Sadako's uncle. I was the only one talking that whole time. Mion listened to everything I had to say in a like a pastor listening to a confession. She had only gotten angry partway through, told me off, and washed my face in miso soup and come back later. But she didn't. Was that the proof that Mion's family, the Sonozaki, were the masterminds? Was she listening because she felt sorry for me for going kind of crazy? I didn't know which it was, but it was the one effort I could make at the moment. It's another form of insurance. Should the worst come to worst, the publication decided to wait and see. It was completely useless resistance, literally grasping at straws. Sensei said she reported to child's consultation. They'd say they'd respond in the same day. They'd already be in the middle of responding to it now. Sadako came back to school tomorrow morning, all energetic, and everything would just be needless fear. Why couldn't tomorrow come faster? That night was unusually hot and humid, and I couldn't sleep. I said that all to Sensei. They couldn't possibly decide to wait and see this year. Sadako, what was it like for her tonight? Did she taste the end of her nightmare and enjoy a night of liberation? I just put my hands together and prayed into my futon. And we will save, because I need to get supper going. We'll go right here. Banana. Have a good day, guys. Bye-bye.